Chapter 120, Honey, I'm coming.
Jiang Wei, there are some things that you have to face, just solve them properly.
Seeing Jiang Wei's seemingly evasive attitude, Su Yang couldn't help but persuade her.
Although he didn't know what had happened between them, running away was definitely not a solution. After listening to Su Yang's words, Jiang Wei sat up, slightly brushed her hair in front of her forehead, then got up and walked out.
Brother, what are they doing? Yang Xia looked at Jiang Wei's back and was a little confused. The old man is Jiang Wei's father. I don't know what happened between them, Su Yang said, shaking his head slightly.
He couldn't care less about their problems, as long as nothing happened here.
I'll go take a look from afar.
Well, as long as nothing happens. As the two of them spoke, Yang Xia walked quietly to the front door and peeked out.
Su Yang also walked over and stood behind Yang Xia.
He looked at her and said something, but it was hard to make out what she was saying. But it seems that Jiang Wei is a bit tired of the old man and wants to get rid of him. But the old man seemed to be in a good mood, as if he was always saying nice things.
Yang Xia's sister, you keep an eye on things here. Your food will be delivered in a moment.
I have some business to attend to, so I'll go home first.
Okay, brother. If anything happens, I'll call you. Okay. Although Su Yang was a bit reluctant, he still nodded happily and walked out of the agency's door. He got into his car and drove home. Honey, I'm home. Su Yang left 20 minutes early. Because it was really a bit of a torture. When my wife is cooking, even if I'm just messing with her, it's still fun. After a short while, Su Yang returned home. As soon as he entered the house,
he heard soft music playing in the house. The sound of sizzling and frying came from the kitchen.
Su Yang quickly kicked off his shoes, put on his slippers, and walked gently towards the kitchen. In the kitchen,
Lu Shui was wearing a very light nightgown, gently twisting her perfect body, while she was cooking and dancing in a dance that was hard to follow.
She was immersed in a happy atmosphere.
She didn't even realize that Su Yang had already arrived behind her. Su Yang did not hesitate, quietly walked up and put his arms around Lu Shui's waist.
Husband.
As if she had known it was Su Yang, Lu Shui's body only trembled slightly, and she called out softly. At the same time, she turned her head and kissed Su Yang. Honey, wait a moment, I'll be done with the last dish soon.
Feeling Su Yang's strong embrace, Lu Shui's voice became even more gentle. So gentle that it could make people melt. It's okay, dear. Just cook your food and don't worry about me. I just want to mess with you a little. Honey, go change into your pajamas and wash your hands for dinner. MMM.
Su Yang let go of Lu Shui with a smile and ran happily into the bedroom.
Honey, let's eat. No drinking. No drinking, no drinking. Lu Shui's meaning was clear to Su Yang.
Now that the two of them are doing well, they don't need to take any precautions.
If they can have a child, they will have one.
If not, there is no rush, just let nature take its course.
They hadn't even started eating yet.
Lu Shui's little feet were already on Su Yang's instep.
Honey, do you want to see my new clothes? I bought some new clothes. Of course I want to. Let's eat quickly. Yes, dear. Seeing you staring at someone else. I feel like I've been neglecting you lately. I'm really sorry, honey. When our new office is finished, I'll make it up to you.
Lu Shui said very gently, and her little feet playfully tapped on Su Yang's instep.
Cough, 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 honey, you already said it. I just think that other people's tops look nice. It's okay, honey. I'm not jealous. No woman in the world loves you as much as I do, so I know you'll always treasure me. Of course. If it weren't for my wife, I would have been dead long ago. If it weren't for my wife's persistence, I wouldn't have my current happiness. Don't worry, my dear. When our new office is finished, I'll make it up to you. Come on, honey, open your mouth. Ah.
Su Yang said, picked up a piece of fish and gently put it in Lu Shui's mouth.
Honey, come here, come closer.
Lu Shui picked up a spoonful of soup and handed it to him.
It was obvious. She wanted to feed Su Yang soup in the most tender and intimate way. This is such a beautiful thing, it's simply wonderful. Su Yang quickly stepped forward. Come, sit next to me, my dear. I still want to feed you.
Seeing Lu Shue's gentle and shy appearance, Su Yang took a step and sat down next to her. The two of them were back and forth, and the lunch was a unique and wonderful experience. Because Lu Shue fed him a little too much, Su Yang felt a bit full. "Honey, why don't you go to the bedroom and rest for a while? I'll clean up the table and be right there." "Wait for me." Lu Shue winked at Su Yang charmingly, then got up and started tidying the table. Her body still gently twisted. Su Yang smiled, with a strange smile of great anticipation, and walked into the bedroom. After kicking off his slippers, he jumped straight onto the bed and then leaned against the headboard. Her mind was filled with the gentle and sweet smile of Lu Shui and her enchanting body.
Chapter 121, We're all friends anyway.
It didn't take long for Lu Shui to finish packing. Took her into the bedroom and closed the door. Then she looked straight at Su Yang, her face showing a strange smile.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Su Yang reached out and picked up the phone, which was already muted, and looked at it. Jiang Wei and Yang Xia both sent him a message.
Jiang Wei's message. "Brother, I'm taking the afternoon off to go home.
I'll be back to work tomorrow."
Yang Xia's message.
"Brother, Jiang Wei left with the old man in the car.
She said to let you know, and asked for a leave for the afternoon." Lu Shui sat next to Su Yang and was still in very good spirits. She tenderly massaged Su Yang from head to toe. "What's wrong, honey? Is something wrong at work?"
"Nothing, Jiang Wei went back with her father and asked me to take the afternoon off."
"Oh, that's fine. Honey, don't go to work this afternoon. I'll give you a massage and you can sleep well.
If there's anything you need to take care of, your wife can help you with it."
"Well, I'm really a little sleepy."
"There's nothing going on at the company, so I'll just let Yang Xia take care of it."
Su Yang yawned and twisted his aching waist.
He was really tired.
In a short while,
Su Yang fell asleep under the gentle massage of Lu Shui.
When Su Yang woke up, it was already late.
Outside, the sound of Lu Shui and her father talking to the children could be heard, as if they were having dinner. It seems that they wanted him to sleep a little longer, so Lu Shui didn't wake him up.
Su Yang stretched.
He felt much more energetic and his strength had returned. If the conditions permit, he feels that he is okay again.
Creak.
The bedroom door was pushed open and Lu Shui walked in.
"My husband is awake. Are you still tired?"
"Not tired." Su Yang reached out and pulled Lu Shui into his arms.
"Honey, after we finish the exam,
I'll take you to the gym and when our new office is finished."
"Okay. Honey, let's eat. We're eating right now."
"Yes, you go ahead and eat.
I'll be right there." Seeing that Lu Shui had already changed into ordinary pajamas, Su Yang couldn't help but smile.
Before, she was wearing a dance costume, like a little demon who would charm you to death.
Now she is dressed like an intellectual woman with both beauty and intelligence.
It's really hard to compare these two styles. Now that they are perfectly concentrated in one person, it is really an indescribable blessing.
This woman is simply a treasure. The next morning,
since it was Sunday, Su Lele was at home, so Lu Shui also stayed at home to keep her company.
The exam is next week. The last few days, the child is studying very hard. After breakfast, Su Yang went to the agency again.
When he arrived at the company, he found that only Yang Xia was there.
"Brother, yesterday afternoon."
She looked at Su Yang with a hint of an indescribable smile in her eyes.
Cough, cough, cough.
"Nothing, I was at home discussing the child's exam with Lu Shui."
Su Yang smiled sheepishly and casually responded. "Where is Jiang Wei? Why hasn't she come yet?" "Hey." "Oh, she hasn't come yet."
"Brother, she should be here soon."
"Brother, have some tea. I just made it for you.
It should be ready to drink."
"Good, Yang Xia is so nice." Su Yang nodded with a smile and then sat down in his swivel chair. "That's right. Come on, brother, let me give you a massage. Were you tired yesterday?" Yang Xia said, unable to help laughing. "After all, we're so familiar with each other, it's just a joke. Besides, Su Yang wouldn't mind."
Yang Xia said, and then came behind Su Yang, placing her small hand on his shoulder.
"Wow. This little bitch, her technique is really good. Lu Shui has had so many massages,
but she still can't match Jiang Xia's level.
In a short while,
With a quick pace, Jiang Wei came.
"Sorry, brother, I was feeding the baby. I'm late, but I won't be late again."
Brother, Jiang Wei took the bus, so it's normal for her to be a little late. Yang Xia saw Jiang Wei coming back, but she didn't let go of her hands.
But it was over soon. It's okay, it's okay.
Jiang Wei needs to feed the baby, so she can be a little late in the future.
Brother, I see that we still have 2 houses in Phoenix New City. Do you plan to sell them?
Oh?
Do you have a client who wants to buy a house? Well, brother, I want to buy it. To be more precise, my father wants to buy it for me. Okay, no problem. Su Yang smiled and agreed without hesitation. If an employee wants to buy it, then why not?
It doesn't matter to him whether he has one more or one less.
Thank you, brother. Jiang Wei, so are you still going to work for me in the future? Since she has such a rich father, she can live off his money, so why work so hard as an agent?
Brother, you have been so kind to me, I will continue to work for you.
Well, that's not important. Who doesn't have some difficulties? It's fine. Jiang Wei, whether you work here or not, we are all good friends. Su Yang didn't really care whether she worked there or not. After all, we're all friends. Brother, I may not be able to come every day in the future. Can I come 2 to 3 days a week? It's fine, you can come whenever you want.
It was obvious that Jiang Wei's father had arranged things for her.
It doesn't matter if she comes here to work or not. Just hire someone here as soon as possible. Chapter 122, No one will know even if you scream your head off. Time flies.
The day of Su Leilei's entrance exam has arrived. Su Yang and Lu Shui worked together to do all the logistics for the child. The two of them were harmonious at home, treating each other like guests, and keeping quiet at night. No matter what thoughts or requests they had to wait until the children had finished their exams. They must avoid anything that might affect their child. In the morning, Su Yang and Lu Shui took the child to the exam room together.
Honey, what do you think our daughter will do this time?
Lu Shui was still a little worried, and turned to look at Su Yang, her eyes showing a hint of concern.
Don't worry, honey.
In fact, Lulu has her own ideas. You see, recently, we haven't said anything, but she has already arranged her time so well. Su Yang held Lu Shui's small hand and comforted her gently.
Mm.
Lu Shui nodded gently and replied softly.
Honey, you can take me home.
I'll go home early to help my daughter prepare lunch.
Silly wife, you don't need to prepare so early. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and turned to look at Lu Shui. Why is my wife more nervous than the children? It's okay, honey. First, take me home. You go to the agency. Didn't you say the newly renovated storefront would be finished today? Yes, it will be done in the afternoon. Yang Xia is also starting to recruit people here.
Su Yang nodded, started the car, and quickly headed towards the residential area.
After sending Lu Shui home, Su Yang went to the agency. Yang Xia was interviewing candidates, and Jiang Wei was not there. Su Yang nodded slightly to her and then went to his seat. This little bitch. Su Yang reached out and picked up the cup. The hot tea was just right to drink. Yang Xia is the first to arrive every day and always makes him a cup of tea. She even bought him several kinds of tea.
After taking a sip of tea, he picked up the cup and left the door, arriving at the new store next door. The workers were already packing up, so it looks like they'll be done in the morning.
Brother.
Su Yang had just looked at the new storefront, and Yang Xia came over.
Brother, I think this young man is okay. He has some experience working in an agency. Why don't you take a look? Yang Xia took the other person's resume and handed it to Su Yang. Okay, I'll take a look. Su Yang nodded and walked over with her.
Now that the new storefront is almost finished, we can order some office supplies and they will be ready to use in 2 to 3 days. We really need to hire people as soon as possible. There are more and more properties available. There is really no shortage of work. Besides, the new office upstairs is also under intensive renovation. In another half-month, it should be almost ready. By then, Lu Shui's wife won't be working downstairs, so his previous worries will naturally be no problem. So it didn't matter if he hired some male employees. Su Yang came to the office, and after chatting with the other party for a while, he felt that it was okay, so he decided to hire him. And soon agreed to start work 3 days later.
As for the salary, it was the same as the standard set when recruiting Jiang Wei. Let's hire a few more.
There are more and more houses, and they are scattered all over the city. Well, okay, I think we should hire 5 first, and then we can hire more when we have more houses to recycle. Su Yang sat in a swivel chair, enjoying Yang Xia's massage. They discussed their future plans together. Okay, we'll listen to our sister, the general manager.
Su Yang was very satisfied with Yang Xia's work.
Since business has gradually picked up, she has been very busy. Even the opportunity to massage him is getting less and less. It's as if she has found a new direction in life.
Brother, should we buy tables and chairs for the new store according to this standard? Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
I have the phone numbers and WeChat accounts of the last merchants. We can just have them deliver the goods directly, and we won't have to run around anymore. Yang Xia said, turning Su Yang's chair. Then she squatted down and began to massage his legs.
This girl is really good.
She often massages herself.
It really relieves fatigue. Brother, after your office upstairs is ready, that girl will not be able to see you like this anytime. Ahem. There's an elevator right next to it, so you can see me whenever you want.
Su Yang smiled sheepishly. There are only 2 office spaces reserved in that place, and Yang Xia is not included. After all, the original plan was for her and Lu Shue's wife to live there.
Hey, that's good.
Anyway, my sister has already seen it, and the interior decoration is really good.
Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a strange expression while she was getting a massage. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but shiver. What are you thinking, you little bitch? What if she barged in and insisted on giving him a full body massage when Lu Shue wasn't there? The room is so soundproof that even if she screams her lungs out, no one will hear her. By then, my sister will definitely have to give my brother a full body massage. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang's slightly embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh shyly. Well, since someone is going to give him a massage, he can't refuse. At the very least, he can bring Lu Shui over to learn from her. Tapping, tapping, tapping. A sound of footsteps came, and Yang Xia quickly stood up, looking slightly embarrassed. Jiang Wei is here. Sister Yang Xia, I went to see some office buildings this morning and came late. Jiang Wei looked at Yang Xia's flushed face and a subtle expression crossed her eyes. It's nothing, little sister. Drink some water. Yes, thank you, Yang Xia. Jiang Wei smiled and walked straight up to Su Yang. Brother, I have a few new office buildings here that have just been completed. How about we take them on as our agency? Oh? Jiang Wei, sit down and tell me more. Su Yang pointed to Lu Shue's location and nodded with a smile. Chapter 123 Jiang Wei's Thanksgiving. Brother, my father has arranged some things for me in the group, and asked me to manage the newly opened real estate. Oh, Jiang Wei is so capable. Won't that be very busy? Seeing Jiang Wei's new image, Su Yang deliberately looked up and down several times. Jiang Wei's eyes were slightly embarrassed. Clothes make the man, and a horse its saddle. Jiang Wei was already quite attractive, but now she's even more attractive. Well, I've been really busy lately. There is no need for my sister to come here. After all, we are good friends, and I can't tie you down because of the little favor I did for you before. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Su Yang knew very well that Jiang Wei was a woman who really knew how to be grateful. Now that she is the leader of a large company, she still remembers the little favors she received in the past. Brother, my sister is a person who knows how to repay kindness. I can stop coming to work, but I have to represent the several office buildings that my sister mentioned, right? Jiang Wei said, opened her bag and took out a stack of materials. New office building? Yang Xia was standing next to her and had been listening. Yes, sister, my father actually started out in real estate development. There are several office buildings on the street in the new Sky Garden community, and I want to give them to you. Su Yang looked through the materials and then handed them to Yang Xia. Jiang Wei, don't you plan to manage the new building yourself? We are in the development business, so we don't usually manage our own buildings.
Although there are many property management companies that approach me, I just want my brother to manage it.
Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Why do you trust me so much?
Of course.
I think you're a trustworthy person.
Jiang Wei smiled and brushed her hair from her forehead, then continued. I've been to Xinhui building a few times with Yang Xia, and I heard that it was also a friend of yours who represented you, and I also read the agency contract.
Brother, to be honest, I really admire your charm. Cough cough.
Su Yang almost choked on the water he had just drunk.
Yang Xia couldn't help laughing. Charm? Yang Xia actually thought that Su Yang was really quite charming.
Although she had long known about his past and that he had been a bad person. But after the prodigal son returned, he was still quite attractive. At least he is still kind, and he is also very real. Sister Jiang Wei, I don't have much experience, and I'm worried that I'll mess it up for you.
No, the Xinhui building we took over is being managed very well, isn't it? And Yang Xia is so smart and capable.
Jiang Wei said, turning her head to look at Yang Xia, and couldn't help but smile shyly. In fact, she still had some doubts about what had just happened.
Don't joke around, sister. I was inexperienced too. Yang Xia also smiled embarrassedly.
This sister Jiang Wei is really something. What's the point of thinking so much? Brother, why don't you or sister Yang Xia come to my place sometime, and we can sign the contract?
Don't worry, brother, you'll definitely make money.
Okay.
Then listen to sister Jiang Wei. Su Yang couldn't help but nod.
They had already said so much, and it would be too pretentious not to agree. But it seems that the recruitment plan will have to be adjusted. Xinhui building is after all a small office building, so it's fine to just hire 2 cleaning ladies to do some daily cleaning. If there is any need for maintenance, just call, and they will be the temporary contact person. After all, there are only 80 tenants, so it's easy to handle. Now that there are several large office buildings, it's time to think about it. This is already quite different from the scope of business of an intermediary company. This is clearly a property management company. But it doesn't matter. The initial stage is intermediary services, and the later stage is property management. As for property management, just find a way to register one. The author doesn't understand this very well, so readers should not mind. After talking with Jiang Wei, Su Yan looked at the time and it was time to pick up his daughter. Jiang Wei's sister, my daughter is taking exams these 2 days. After these few days, I'll go with Yang Xia.
Is that okay?
Okay, brother, I'll wait for you.
Jiang Wei stood up with a smile and followed Su Yang out. Okay, Jiang Wei, I won't keep you. I have to go pick up my daughter. Bye, Yang Xia, see you later. With that, Su Yang quickly got into the car, waved goodbye, and drove off.
When they arrived at the entrance of the residential area, they picked up Lu Shui and headed for the exam center.
Honey, you look really pretty today. Su Yang turned his head and smiled at Lu Shui.
She was wearing a bright red dress and high-heeled sandals.
Her long hair was tied up in a bun. She looked really beautiful in that outfit. Yes, the color red is auspicious.
Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and smiled gently. She had dressed up especially for her daughter today, hoping that she would get a good start on her exams.
Ha, good.
With your motherly heart, our Lulu will definitely do well in the exam.
Yes, she will. By the way, honey, I got another big order today. Jiang Wei's father wants to give us the agency for his new office buildings.
I said I'd go see her after she finishes her exams to sign the contract.
Really? Today is really a good start, that's great. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh happily. Not long after, Su Yang drove his car to the entrance of the exam center.
There were too many cars nearby, and there were also many parents waiting for their children. After parking the car, they went to the school gate together. As soon as Lu Shui got out of the car, she was like a beautiful landscape, instantly attracting the attention of many parents.
Her enchanting figure and aura.
Even Su Yang standing next to her felt a little inferior. It was a bit stressful to be seen out with such a beautiful wife.
Honey, it's almost time, some people have already left the exam room. The two stood outside the door, looking at the campus happily and nervously. They hoped to see their daughter's figure at a glance. Chapter 124, Mrs. Wang is dead. She's out. Honey, Lulu is out.
Su Yang was looking at the children streaming out of the exam hall, but Lu Shui recognized the child immediately. She waved her hands happily, hoping that Lulu could see them. Soon, the child also found his mother, who was wearing a bright red dress. She ran over to him with a happy smile on her face.
It really is a sign of telepathy. Mom, Dad.
Su Lele happily hugged his mother and then smiled at his father.
Let's go, honey, go home and rest. Su Yang smiled at the happy mother and daughter, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. What a gentle and understanding wife, and what a hard-working and lovely daughter. Let's go, Mom has prepared a lot of delicious food for you, let's go. Soon, the family of 3 left the crowd and got into the car. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Su Yang and Lu Shui had just dropped their daughter off at the exam center when Yang Xia called.
Brother, the hospital just called.
Old Lady Wang is probably going to die.
I need to go there right away. Okay, Yang Xia, go quickly. I'll be at the agency in a while. If you need anything, let me know. Okay, brother. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang drove in the direction of the agency. Honey, is Mrs. Wang going to die? Yes, I think so. Hey, one should not do too much evil in this life, otherwise the heavens will not forgive her. Lu Shui was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh.
She cheated Dad out of so many houses and caused our mother to have an accident. It's really a lot of bad karma. But it's good that she gave them back to us in the end, otherwise God would definitely have tortured her.
Yes. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head. Actually,
the original Su Yang has already been taken away by the Lord of Hell.
He had also done too much evil. Such a good wife, and yet he beats and tortures her every day? He is worse than an animal. Who else would take him in?
Actually, my husband has also committed many sins, causing my wife to suffer so much.
Shoo. Honey, don't say that. In fact, my wife can feel it. You are completely different now. In my eyes, you have become a completely new person. The wife really loves you now, and the past is over. The wife doesn't want to think about it anymore.
We just need to cherish each other. My wife is very happy now, and she even wakes up smiling every day.
Lu Shui took the initiative to hold Su Yang's hand.
They rubbed each other's hands together habitually.
After a short while, the two of them were on the road outside the agency. Sure enough, the door was locked. Let's go, my dear. I'll take you home. I'll come to the agency later. Well.
Lu Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly,
smiled and nodded. After a short while,
Su Yang sent Lu Shui to his own building, then turned the car around and rushed back to the agency.
Now the interview, delivery, and other people may come at any time, so the agency can't be left unattended for too long.
As soon as Su Yang's car stopped, a delivery person came over. The newly rented storefront next door had already been cleaned by a professional cleaning service, so all that was needed was to move in. Later, the things Yang Xia had ordered by phone were delivered one after another.
Throughout the afternoon, Su Yang was constantly busy. Ding dong.
Su Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was Yang Xia calling.
Brother, the old lady has passed away. Oh, Yang Xia, my condolences. After all, Yang Xia is also the adopted daughter of Mrs. Wang. Well, brother, I may have to deal with her affairs for a few days. When I'm done, I have something to tell you. Oh? Something serious? Su Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's wrong with Yang Xia? Why does her voice sound strange?
It seems to be very cautious, and there is also some worry.
Brother, I'll tell you when I'm done. It's the agency. You'll have to work a little harder. It's okay, sister. Whenever you need help, just tell me. How much do you think it will cost to handle things? I'll transfer it to you now. No, brother, Mrs. Wang still has some money, it's enough. Okay, brother, that's it for now, I have to hurry and get back to work. Okay, Yang Xia, don't take things on yourself. I know, brother. I won't be polite to anyone but you. Soon, the two of them hung up. Phew.
Su Yang was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh.
I wonder how my father will feel when he hears the news.
This old lady one was his old lover. I never thought she would leave so soon. As for my mother, if she knew. I hope she can let go of the past and be at peace. Just as Su Yang was cleaning up, Lu Shui drove up in her car. Honey, I'll go pick up Lulu myself. You just take care of the store. My wife is so beautiful. I'm a little worried. Looking at Lu Shui in a red dress, with her beautiful hair in a bun, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This wife is really a gem, she's simply never boring. When picking up the children in the morning, many parents kept staring at her. Especially some male parents. It's mainly because of the red dress she's wearing, which is too eye-catching. Don't worry, honey. No matter who it is, no matter how rich or handsome he is, he will never be able to steal your wife's heart. Lu Shui said, unable to help laughing shyly. Then she waved to Su Yang and left. Hello, are you still hiring? Su Yang had just sat down and had a drink of water when a young girl knocked on the door and came in. She looked like a recent college graduate. Yes, we are hiring. Su Yang nodded and stood up. Hello, here is my resume. The girl was obviously nervous when she spoke. Su Yang took the resume and glanced at it. She is really a recent college graduate. And he is from Jiangqing University, the same school that Su Yang went to. Sit down. Su Yang smiled and nodded, allowing the girl to sit down. You studied accounting, why are you looking for a job at an employment agency? It's not a field related to your major. I've been looking for a job for over a month, but no one has offered me a job yet, so I came to the agency to try my luck. The girl smiled awkwardly, and a hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. Chapter 125. This wife is really a little demon. Su Yang silently looked up and down at the girl and nodded lightly. The girl was dressed very plainly, and it seemed that her family situation was very ordinary. Well, how much do you know about the real estate agency business? My classmates and I have been renting a house together for the past 2 days, and we have come into contact with an agency. They mainly provide housing and follow-up management services. The girl explained slowly according to her own knowledge and understanding. The initial nervousness gradually disappeared. She was eloquent and down to earth. As for how much she knows about the industry, it doesn't matter. Su Yang doesn't know much either. Anyway, everyone is just groping their way along, and whether they make a lot or a little, Su Yang doesn't really care. Well, but the agency business is also quite hard work, you have to be able to endure hardship, and the accounting major you studied may not necessarily be useful. I know, but I have to find a job to support myself first. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard the girl's words. This girl is really down to earth. When interviewing for a job, this kind of talk is really not appropriate to say to the interviewer. You're clearly using her as a springboard. If you have a little temper, you'll be passed over. Okay, I'll take you. The trial period is 1 month, and the salary is 3,000 yuan. If you perform well, the regular salary will be 5,000 yuan. This is the basic salary, and there are also bonuses, etc., so it depends on your actual work situation. Su Yang thought for a moment, then decided to take the girl on first. When can you start? Your name is Zhao Na, right? Any time. Now that the agency is down to just him, even if Yang Xia returns, there will only be 2 of them. As for Lu Shui, Su Yang wouldn't let her do any work. Doing some accounting would be enough. Then I'll come to work tomorrow. Do I need to bring any materials? Soon, the recruitment of a new employee was completed. After all, Su Yang hires people purely on a hunch. As long as they are hardworking, everything else is a minor detail. Honey, aren't you off work yet? Soon, Lu Shui drove over with her daughter. I'm off. I'm off. I'm leaving right now. How are you feeling today, Lulu? Su Yan looked at his daughter and patted her on the shoulder. I feel pretty good. The questions were easier than usual, so I think I did pretty well. Good. Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Although her daughter's words were not very satisfactory, her eyes were full of confidence. Let's go, it's time to go home. After closing the gate of the agency, the family drove back to the residential area. You go upstairs first, I'll make a phone call. Su Yang waved to Lu Shui and her daughter, then took out her phone. Yang Xia must be having a hard time dealing with Mrs. Wang on her own. He really should help her out. After all, everyone has always said that we are a family. After finding Yang Xia's number, he quickly dialed it. Hello, brother. I'm at the funeral home. Do you need my help? Should I come over? Don't. Brother, don't come over. Lele is taking an exam these 2 days. Don't get any bad vibes. I'm fine now. Brother, the old lady has already been cremated. I'm going to temporarily store her ashes here. I'm going through the formalities now. When I find a suitable cemetery for her, I'll move her there. This old lady had family, but no one came to see her from beginning to end. It's actually quite pitiful to think about it this way. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get it done. I'll go to the office early tomorrow. Brother, can we talk again tomorrow? Yang Xia's voice was noticeably low and a little bit emotional. Okay, sister, I'll see you tomorrow. Soon, the two hung up. After dinner, the daughter studied for a while and then went to bed early. After all, she had an exam the next day, and it was important to keep her energy up. Su Yang and Lu Shui also washed up and tidied up early, and then embraced each other. Honey, how is Yang Xia doing? Do you need any help? Well, it's almost done. She can go to work tomorrow. Su Yang said, and kissed Lu Shui's red lips directly. Because they needed to be quiet. So the two of them just kissed for a while and then let it go. Honey, we need to hire more people quickly. The agency is really short-handed. Aren't you going to Jiang Wei's place to sign the contract in a couple of days? That's several office buildings, and it's estimated that several people will have to be arranged here alone. And it would be best to hire a few experienced people so that our overall service level can be improved. And for the office building, the initial stage is the agency service, and later it will be the property service. In fact, there is still a lot to do. Yes, my wife is right. Listening to Lu Shui, Su Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement. He suddenly realized that Lu Shui's understanding was really getting deeper and deeper. And what she said was well organized and well founded. He really didn't notice before. Seeing Su Yan listening attentively, Lu Shui couldn't help but smile lightly. In fact, she is a leader in Xiao Chuchu's company. She has a group of people under her. And she often gives speeches at meetings, so she does speak a lot. In the previous company for 10 years, she was a leader in terms of size, but she had relatively few people under her. Honey, after the children's exams are over. Lu Shui said, sticking out her pink tongue and licking her lips, and her eyes full of charm blinked at Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This wife is really a little demon. If she keeps teasing him like this, he'll probably lose his temper. By the way, honey, how is the renovation of our office upstairs coming along? It's almost done. Seeing Lu Shui's face turn slightly red, Su Yang quickly reached out and turned off the headlights. Amat ba, alleluia, amen. Calm down, calm down. Let's wait until the children have finished their exams. The next morning, Lu Shui drove her daughter to the exam center. Su Yang went straight to the agency. Yang Xia came early and had already made him some tea. Yang Xia's sister, you look so pretty in this outfit today. You're so perceptive, this is a dress my sister gave me. My sister's clothes are so good. Chapter 126. This little woman really values kindness. Su Yan looked at Yang Xia and couldn't help but smile to himself. No wonder her clothes look so familiar. If you don't look at her face at first glance, you might think she's my wife. Yesterday I went to the hospital and then to the funeral home. I didn't want to bring any bad luck, so I threw away the clothes. What a pity, they were clothes that my sister bought for me. It's okay, sister. Wait a couple of days, and let your sister go shopping with you. No, if I go shopping with my sister, she won't let me spend any money. Yang Xia said, waving her hand slightly. Brother, I just put our recruitment information on the job website. Otherwise, relying on the recruitment notice on the door is not enough. Okay, let's listen to our general manager. Su Yang said, sitting in his seat. Yang Xia also came over and put her hand on his shoulder. He leaned forward a little, put a little pressure on his shoulder, and began to massage it. Brother, I have something to tell you. Yang Xia hesitated for a moment, leaned forward again, and lowered her head slightly. The long strands of her hair had already brushed against Su Yang's face. The faint fragrance tickled her. Come on, sister, you said yesterday that you had something to tell me. Come, sit here and talk. Su Yang pointed to the seat next to Lu Shui and said gently, Come on, sit here and talk. No need, I'm fine just the way I am. Yang Xia's voice was still cautious, and her hands on Su Yang's shoulders were slightly trembling.
It seems like there is really something big going on. Is my little sister going to leave me?
Su Yang could clearly feel the difference between Yang Xia and the past, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of a thump in his heart. It would be a real shame if such a good sister left.
No, I
will never leave my brother and sister for the rest of my life.
It's something else. Oh, it's good that it's not that. It scared me.
Say it, sister.
Everything else is a small matter. Don't worry and speak up. Su Yang couldn't help but pat Yang Xia's little hand, and his heart relaxed a lot.
Well, brother, Mrs. Wine gave me the house she lived in and her savings. Look, this is the house's materials, and this is the bank savings. Yang Xia took out a folded A4 sheet from her pocket. After unfolding it, she handed it to Su Yang.
Oh. Su Yang took it and nodded slightly.
The house where the old lady lived was in the Times Garden neighborhood, and it was quite a large house, about the same size as the one rented to Xiao Chuchu.
Bank deposits. 22.1565 million. Is this all the old lady has in the bank?
She had previously tricked Dad into more than 200 houses.
The rent alone must be far more than that. But Su Yang only thought about it briefly and didn't think much about it.
After all, the money is not his, and it has nothing to do with him.
Well, that's good, sister. You deserve it. Don't worry about it.
Su Yang couldn't help but smile, grabbed Yang Xia's small hand, and placed the printed A4 paper in her hand. You are the old lady's adopted daughter, and she left all this to you. There should be a will, right? Even if she has relatives coming to claim it, don't worry, little sister.
Brother, that's not what I meant. I meant that this money.
As Su Yang held her hand, Yang Xia's eyes were filled with anxiety.
What's wrong with the money? It's only 20 million yuan.
My sister deserves it. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and let go of her hand. Brother, actually I heard the old lady say before that her savings were all the rent from the old houses. Brother, this money is supposed to be yours, I can't take it.
Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but turn his chair around and face Yang Xia. My sister is thinking too much. In fact, if it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have been able to get my 200-odd houses back. Besides, from a logical point of view, the houses that were taken away by force were actually the old lady's. It's just that she finally had a change of heart and gave me back the houses. As for the money, it really belongs to the old lady. You can rest assured and keep it. Brother, there's too much money. What? We're not family anymore? Have you forgotten what your sister has been telling you?
Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, turning down Yang Xia in one fell swoop. Not to mention 20 million, even if it were 200 million, he would never take it from Yang Xia.
This is his basic principle of being a person.
If it weren't for Yang Xia, he wouldn't have gotten back even a house, let alone 20 million.
Brother,
Yang Xia said, his eyes welled up with tears. Then he sat silently in Lu Shui's seat. Brother, do you know that this old lady once said that if she had been a little more frugal, it would have been possible to save several hundred million? But she used to enjoy herself too much, and in the end, there wasn't much left.
How could my younger sister?
If it weren't for my brother helping me, I wouldn't know where I'd be suffering now.
Brother, you are the great benefactor of my life. I will never leave you. If you really don't want the money, I can save it for you, and you can come and get it whenever you want.
Yang Xia said in a low voice, without a hint of joy on her face. It seemed that she had not yet come to terms with the death of the old lady.
Sister, take it and spend it as you wish. This money is yours.
Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. Yang Xia naturally appreciated her kindness, but the money, he wouldn't take a single
cent. Knock, knock. As the two were chatting, the glass door outside was knocked on.
Su Yan looked up and saw that it was the female college graduate who had just graduated from the interview yesterday. Oh, Yang Xia, I hired a fresh graduate yesterday. She's here. See what you can do with her. Okay, brother, let's talk about this later. I'm busy now. Yang Xia nodded and quickly adjusted her emotions. Then she got up and walked to the door. Su Yan looked at Yang Xia's back and couldn't help but nod in secret. This girl really values kindness. That's over 20 million. That's a huge sum of money for her. She actually wants to give it to me? This little girl is really interesting. Let the 2 days pass and let the daughter finish her exams. After Lu Shui has some free time, let her and Yang Xia have a good chat. It's only 20 million, which is a lot of money, but I'm not greedy. Chapter 127, My sister looks better when she smiles. Yang Xia and the girl chatted for a while, then asked her to sit at the reception desk while he busied himself printing the employment contract and other documents. Su Yang said hello to the girl and paid no further attention. After all, Yang Xia would handle the recruitment very well. Brother, can you give me the key to the next door? I want to arrange Zhao Na there first, and then arrange the people who will be hired later. Okay. Su Yan nodded and took a key out of the drawer and handed it to Yang Xia. Brother, could you help me move Jiang Wei's computer to Zhao Na's office first? Yang Xia gave instructions as he walked, and a smile could not be helped on his face. Yes, Mr. Yang, I'll move it right away. Su Yang stood up with a smile and was ready to move the computer. Brother. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh lightly, then waved to Zhao Na and walked over to the next room together. The next room is mainly for the general staff to work in, and the workstations are also arranged quite densely, with a capacity of at least 20 people. Zhao Na was the first to move in. However, more people will soon be moving in. After all, there are several office buildings waiting in the wings. After a busy time, Su Yang moved the original computer of Jiang Wei over and ran it for a while. Then he returned to his own workstation. Not long after, Yang Xia also returned after making arrangements. Brother, we still need to order some office computers. I plan to hire 15 people first. What do you think? Well, that's about right. Get started as soon as possible. Our salary should be quite attractive. Of course, there aren't many bosses as good as you. Yang Xia said, and then came over and sat down next to Su Yang. Ha ha. The old lady's matter is already in the past, so don't think about it anymore. Just find a cemetery for her later. I'll ask around for you these days. I happen to know a friend in this field. My sister looks better when she smiles. Well, thanks, brother. About the money. Let's not talk about it now. I'll let your sister talk to you later, okay? Su Yan quickly waved his hand, saying that this matter should be left to Lu Shui, and that they would be better able to communicate with each other as women. Okay, brother. Yang Xia smiled lightly and got up to give Su Yang another massage. Ding dong. Yang Xia's phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Yang Shui Agency. When Yang Xia posted the job opening online, she left her mobile phone number. She is now not only the general manager, but also the part-time personnel manager. Are you still hiring? Yes, sir, we are hiring. Yang Xia said, and soon reached her desk, where she began to record and schedule interviews. She had just arranged an interview when her phone rang again. Yang Xia spent the morning answering phone calls and arranging interviews. 11 o'clock. Lu Shui and her daughter, Lele, came by the agency. Sister. Lele is such a pretty little girl. Hello, Auntie Yang. When they meet, it is natural to exchange greetings with enthusiasm. Sister, let's go to lunch together. I've made a lot of delicious food. Ding dong. Before Lu Shui finished speaking, another call came in. You and the children should go home first. Yang Xia probably won't be able to make it. We've posted the job ad on the recruitment website, so she won't be able to relax for a while. Su Yang came to Lu Shui and the child, and whispered. You go back first, I'll stay a little longer and then go back. Yes, my dear husband. Lu Shui looked at Yang Xia, who was busy answering the phone, and nodded. Now that her child is number 1 in the exam, she's constantly on the phone, so don't go over there yet. Soon. Lu Shui left with her child.
Brother, why don't you go home with your sister?
After answering a phone call, Yang Xia got up and came behind Su Yang, and her little hand couldn't help but reach out again.
Seeing how busy you are, I don't think it's appropriate for me to go home so early. I just ordered you a meal. Here it is. Do you like it? Wow, my brother is so nice to me. I like whatever he orders. Hearing Yang Xia's somewhat ambiguous words, Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head. Brother? You'll probably be busy this afternoon. I've arranged more than 20 interviews alone. That's a lot. Okay, no problem. Our company will soon grow. This is all thanks to my little sister. When the upstairs office is renovated, let your sister give you a full body massage. I'm very good at it. Well, we'll see. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his face, which was tickled by Yang Xia's hair. Seeing Su Yang's embarrassed state, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. Brother, you go back to eat. Someone will come for an interview at 1 o'clock this afternoon. This time, there will be more experience. Okay, then I'll go eat. Thanks for your hard work, little sister. Su Yang stood up with a smile, waved to Yang Xia, and left the employment agency. Knock, knock.
As soon as he walked out the door, he received a WeChat message. Su Yang took out his phone and saw that it was a message from his brother, Lu Qing.
Brother, I'm back. Damn, you're going to be with that slut Lolan. Let's not talk about whether they are together or not. I'll first see if she is really pregnant, and then see if it's my seed. She is probably pregnant. I think I'm not wrong. As for whether it's your seed, I don't know. I don't know either, but I can observe it. These are probably all secondary. Are you going to tell her that you're broke? Ha ha.
Brother, I've actually analyzed some things these days, and I've discovered that Loren has a weakness, and I don't think she even knows about it.
Ha ha ha. Her weakness is particularly interesting.
Don't worry, brother, spring is coming for me too.
Interesting weakness? Su Yan was a little stunned for a moment. He had known Lolan for more than 10 years, but what interesting weaknesses did she have? How the hell didn't I know? What weakness? Tell me. Ha ha ha. Let me try it out first. If it's really true, I'll tell you. If it's not, I'll have to keep running.
Chapter 128, she must be going to further her massage skills.
Time flies. Su Leilei's middle school entrance exam was over.
The whole family's mood also relaxed.
Honey, how was the job interview today? That evening, Lu Shui asked gently while massaging Su Yang's back. It went relatively smoothly. I've already decided on 5 or 6. Because there were so many applicants, I basically chose the experienced ones. That's great, but my husband is really too busy. I feel a little sorry for him. It's okay, honey. My husband used to have too much free time.
Su Yang rolled over and reached out to pull Lu Shui into his arms.
He kissed her red lips. Honey, when are we going to visit your mother-in-law's house? We haven't been there in years. Right, we should go. Look at my brain. I've been so busy lately that it's all gone to my head.
Su Yang couldn't help but pat his head, and only then remembered that Lu Shui had mentioned this matter before.
He had been so busy lately that he had almost forgotten about it. It's okay, honey. You and Yang Xia can go ahead and hire someone.
We still have to go to Jiang Wei's place to sign the contract, so let's just get through this first. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms and stroked his chest.
Well, I'll think about it. It's better to go to my mother-in-law's place early. It's all my husband's fault. Come on, wife.
Then, Su Yang reached out and turned off the bedroom lights. He hugged Lu Shui tightly.
The next morning, Su Yang came to the agency, and Yang Xia had already arrived.
Brother, the children have finished their exams.
Don't you want to go out with your sister and the children?
Come on, brother, have some coffee.
I just ground it for you.
Yang Xia saw Su Yang come in and turned around to point to the coffee cup on Su Yang's desk.
Thank you, little sister. After we get enough people, we still have to go to Jiang Wei's place to sign the contract. Su Yang smiled and nodded, sat down and picked up the coffee cup.
Brother, look at this girl's resume. She used to be a manager at a real estate agency. After chatting with her yesterday, I felt that she really has a lot of experience. Although her salary request is a little high, I think it's still worth it. Yang Xia said, picking up a resume from her desk and handing it to Su Yang.
Oh, I know this person. It's fine.
Just give her the title of manager and try her out first.
Su Yang nodded after taking a quick look.
Okay, brother, I'll call the people we decided on earlier today to get them to start work as soon as possible.
Brother, if this girl can start work as soon as possible, it will probably make things easier for you. But I can't just make it easy for you. My sister has to gradually feel more relaxed too. I feel a bit sorry for you, seeing you work so hard. Su Yang took a sip of coffee and glanced at Yang Xia's slender and yet stunning figure.
Brother, I'm going to go next door and arrange for the 2 new employees to take a tour of the neighborhood.
Yes, good sister. After finishing the coffee, someone else came for an interview.
Su Yang and Yang Xia began another busy day. The next 2 days were weekends, and Lu Shui spent her time at home with her children, sometimes bringing them to the agency to look
around. Before they knew it, the weekend passed in a whirlwind of activity.
On Sunday, just before she finished work, Lu Shui called Su Yang. Honey, when you get off work, ask Yang Xia to come home for dinner with you.
I've made a big table of food. Okay, honey, I know. We're leaving work now.
Su Yang said, glancing at Yang Xia, who was organizing her resume.
Yang Xia, your sister is calling you to dinner.
She made a big table of dishes today.
Okay, brother, I'll finish packing up and get off work. Okay, honey, I told Yang Xia that we'll be back soon. Soon, the two hung up.
Brother, do you want to teach your sister more advanced massage techniques?
Yang Xia said, winking at Su Yang. Yes. Su Yang naturally understood in a second.
Lu Shui had basically learned all the traditional massage techniques. But the special health massage that Su Yang had been looking forward to, Lu Shui had not yet learned.
Okay, I'll teach my sister when I have time.
Yang Xia smiled shyly and then got up, took her bag and was ready to leave with Su Yang.
After a sumptuous dinner, Yang Xia and Lu Shui were ready to leave. Honey, you stay home and watch TV with Dad and Lulu. I have something to say to Yang Xia. Go ahead.
Looking at Lu Shui's twinkling eyes, I knew she was going to go study massage techniques. But she didn't take him with her.
It's a pity that he didn't get to experience Yang Xia's authentic massage techniques.
When Lu Shui came back and finished washing up, it was already very late.
Honey, why are you back so late? Is it that difficult to learn the health massage technique? Seeing the sleepy Lu Shui, Su Yang couldn't help but gently hug her. The technique is easy to learn. Would you like to try it, honey? But after the massage, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep. Is it that refreshing? Yes, I think so. Then forget it. It's too late today. My wife has to go to work tomorrow. Su Yang caressed Lu Shui's back tenderly and said softly.
After applying the scar cream for so long, the scars on her back are still clearly visible.
This made Su Yang feel extremely guilty.
It was like a warning bell, constantly reminding him to be nicer to Lu Shui and gentler with her. Okay, honey, it's mainly my sister who mentioned the 20 million.
Oh, you and she have already talked it over?
Well, to be honest, when I first heard about the money, I felt a little strange. After all, it's the rent for our house, but then I thought about it, and many things happen as a result of cause and effect. Although Mrs. Wang tricked Dad and indirectly caused Mom's death, she didn't have a good end either. And in the end, she gave the house back to us. Yang Xia's sister also played a key role. For her, the money was really hers to keep. But she insisted on giving it back to us, and if we wanted it, then it would really be our fault. So my wife talked to her for a long time before she felt a little more at ease. The two of them talked, and before they knew it, they fell asleep in each other's arms. On Monday morning, Lu Shui had to go to work.
Honey, I'm going to work.
The baby is bored at home, so I'm taking her to work with me. On Monday morning, Lu Shui was ready to take Su Lei to work. Anyway, she has a relatively quiet job and has time to spend with her child.
It's fine. Lei must listen to her mother, okay? Hey, don't worry, Dad. I've never been to where Mom works. I want to be a big boss like Mom when I grow up. Su Lele took Lu Shue's arm and her face was full of happiness. Ha, good boy, go with your mother. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, and he also planned to go to the agency to work. Chapter 129, It's okay, your brother has a lot of money now. Brother, come, you need to sign this employment contract, and you need to install 2 computers. Oh, and let's buy a few electric scooters. As soon as Su Yang arrived at the company, Yang Xia came to him with the materials. In a short while, she had already said several things. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll do it right away. Su Yang signed the contract with a smile and then immediately stood up. With a general manager like Yang Xia, he just needs to cooperate well. Brother, you haven't even read the documents, and you're already signing them. Yang Xia said, opened the contract, and then pointed to a place for Su Yang to see. This is the new manager, Wang Li. We're giving her a basic salary of 10,000 yuan, right? Okay, sister, you can decide, but I'm going to raise your basic salary to 20,000. Su Yang nodded, but didn't really care. But as the general manager, Yang Xia's salary definitely cannot be less than the people below, not even by a little. Don't worry, little sister. You're a little rich woman now. Yang Xia said, winked at Su Yang, and then left with a shy smile. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's back and couldn't help but nod in secret. It seems that my wife's persuasion and communication really worked. Hopefully, this money will make her happier. In any case, it's much better than being with Zhao Hai. Now Yang Xia is also full of confidence and radiant. Today, 12 people have been hired, and with the people hired before, we are almost done. And most of these people have work experience. Yang Xia has arranged for them to work in the new store. Wang Li, who had just joined the company, was also given an important task. She was to be in charge of the intermediary services in the new office building in the back. It's a little after 4 p.m. Brother, can you arrange some time for us to go to Jiang Wei's place? Now that we have almost enough staff, if anyone else comes for an interview, Wang Li can handle it. Yang Xia has been busy for a long time, and now she finally has a break. Well, I've already contacted Jiang Wei. She's been waiting for us to come over. Tomorrow, let's go together. Su Yang pulled the chair next to him and asked Yang Xia to sit next to him. Now that there are only 2 of them in the office, it is still very convenient to communicate. Great, brother, let's sign the contract as soon as possible, and then let Wang Li start preparing the next step of the rental plan. After all, we can only make money with tenants. Well, that's true. We also need to register a property management company as soon as possible, or we can subcontract the property to other companies. Yang Xia wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and continued. No need for that. Jiang Wei said she has a small property management company under her, but the general manager of the property management company embezzled public funds, so the group wants to get rid of the small property management company. So she asked me if I wanted to take over, and she could make the decision to transfer it to us. And the property company has all the necessary qualifications, so we don't have to go through all that trouble. That's great, brother. Yang Xia couldn't help but get excited at the news. After all, providing regular property services is not the agency's forte, nor is it within its scope of business. Now that they can suddenly own a property management company, that's great. Brother, I feel like ever since I've been with you, everything has gone so smoothly. Cough, cough, cough. Listening to Yang Xia's words, which were easily open to interpretation, Su Yang almost spat out a mouthful of tea. This little bitch. How can she say that after being with me? It should be after working with me. Look, brother, since I've been with you, I now have a big house and I'm a little rich woman. I'm going to bring my mother over in a few days. By then, I might have to move to Times Garden. My mother has suffered all her life, and I want to let her enjoy a happy old age. It's just that, my sister lives a little further away from you and your sister. Yang Xia didn't seem to notice the ambiguity in her words, and her face was full of a happy and contented smile. It's okay, sister. We work together every day. Su Yang scratched his head sheepishly, took a sip of his tea, and covered up his slight embarrassment. Well. Thank you so much, brother. Without your help and my sister's, I would never have been able to achieve all that I have now. Yang Xia said, her eyes welling up with tears. Day. As the two were chatting, a crisp sound of high heels could be heard outside. Soon, Lu Shui appeared at the office door.
Honey, Yang Xia, there are so many people in the next room now. Lu Shui smiled and walked into the room, heading straight for the two of them. Yang Xia quickly got up to offer her a seat.
It's fine, sister.
You sit, I'll sit here. Lu Shui said, turned the chair that Zhang Wei had used and sat down.
Yes, the office building project is about to start soon. Where is Lulu? I just sent the kids home.
Seeing that you guys are so busy, I thought I'd come over and see if there's anything I can do. Lu Shui reached over and took the cup from Su Yang's hand, then took a few sips.
Sister, I have the contract for the new recruitment in the cabinet. You can take a look later. We will have to pay a lot of wages every month. It's fine. Your brother has a lot of money now. Lu Shui said, and couldn't help but laugh. Did you practice the technique I taught you yesterday? Yang Xia smiled shyly and winked at Lu Shui, then looked at Su Yang. I was too late yesterday and didn't have time to practice.
I have to practice hard tonight. Lu Shui said, rubbing her hands together, and looking at Su Yang, her eyes clearly had a strange smile.
Yang Xia couldn't help laughing, and her face soon turned red. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of riddle are these two little girls playing? Is there something special about the mysterious health massage? But why do you girls seem to be having more fun than the guys? Why do I feel a little numbness in my back? Could it be a trap? Honey, let's go upstairs and take a look at the new office. I haven't been there in a few days. Let's go, sister.
I think there's room for 3 desks. Lu Shui didn't know what she was thinking about, but she quickly got up and was ready to go out. Chapter 130 Yang Xia refuses to work upstairs. The 3 of them went upstairs to the rented office.
The office is almost finished, and it should be ready in a few days. Honey, look, there's a space next to the wall. I think it should be fine to put another desk there.
Lu Shui pointed to the opposite side of the 2 office seats that were originally next to each other and said to Su Yang and Yang Xia, look.
Sister, no. I'm not going to work upstairs. There are so many people downstairs, someone has to keep an eye on them. If we're not downstairs, it's not good for management.
Yang Xia waved her hand a little embarrassed, which was a way of declining Lu Shui's suggestion. Although she also wanted to work with Su Yang, she had to consider her sister's feelings, didn't she? My sister can't come for more than 2 days a week. It's hard to guarantee that she won't think too much in the future. Even if she wants to repay her brother's kindness, she can't ruin her brother and sister's happiness. It's okay, sister. I think there's room for one more person here. You're the general manager of our agency, and there are managers under you. Lu Shui smiled and put her arm around Yang Xia's shoulders. It seemed that she was sincere in wanting to let her come work upstairs. No. Sister, let's talk about this later. Look, we have a lot of new recruits, so I need to keep an eye on things down there to feel at ease. Well, okay, let's wait until things stabilize for a while. Then Lu Shui didn't insist anymore, and nodded in agreement with Yang Xia. Yang Xia is her adopted sister and the company's general manager. As the boss's wife, she has to maintain a higher profile. If Yang Xia really agreed, she would inevitably be a little worried. After all, Yang Xia is young and beautiful. Su Yang did not participate in the two's conversation. He didn't care whether Yang Xia came up or not. In his heart, she was just a younger sister, and he didn't have any other thoughts about her. Of course, it would be best if she didn't come up. The 2 of them were together in such a private environment, and it would be bad if Yang Xia massaged her to the bed. If she took advantage of the situation and did something like a special health massage. Most importantly, he didn't want his wife, Lu Shui, to get the wrong idea. Such a good wife, the most important thing is that the 2 of them are close. The 3 of them looked at the renovation and chatted for a while before leaving. Before they knew it, it was time to go home. Let's go, honey. Let's go home first. Sister, we're leaving first. Okay, sister, you guys go ahead. I'll go back after I organize these materials. As the general manager, Yang Xia has more things to do than anyone else. And her enthusiasm is the highest. Honey, Yang Xia doesn't want to work upstairs. The 2 of them left the agency and headed home together. If we don't go up, we don't go up. It's our office anyway. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and quietly held Lu Shui's little hand.
But my wife can't come for a few days a week, so won't you be lonely and bored? She looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but laugh shyly.
Besides, you haven't experienced my sister's health massage yet.
It's said that it can instantly make you feel 100 times more energetic. Cough, cough, cough. Stop it, honey. You're the best at this kind of thing. After you've done me, I'll do you. Actually, I can learn it very quickly. In an instant, Su Yang's mind conjured up a picture. It was so beautiful. Okay, I'll give you a massage tonight and let you experience it. Great, that's great. I've always heard about it, but I've never experienced it.
Su Yang naturally still had some expectations.
If you want to experience it, you can find a professional organization to experience it yourself.
I won't describe it in detail here because the author only knows how to imagine it.
The next morning, Su Yan woke up with 100 times more energy, and after eating breakfast, he went to the agency.
Today, he was going to Jiang Wei's company to sign a cooperation agreement.
It's really embarrassing to keep people waiting.
Brother, what time should we leave? When he arrived at the company, Su Yang found that a stack of materials had been prepared.
Agency introduction, company structure. We'll get there before 10 o'clock. Jiang Wei has a meeting in the morning, which is expected to last until 9 o'clock.
As Su Yang said, he flipped through the materials prepared by Yang Xia and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was all from the internet, and Wang Li also gave some suggestions. Yang Xia smiled a little embarrassedly, then turned around and went to help Su Yang grind the coffee. Oh, Yang Xia's sister, your sister said that she wants to give you a raise to 30,000, and she said that you must not refuse.
Brother, it's really not necessary. I have enough money to live a good life for the rest of my life. Anyway, it's from your sister. Just take it. Don't think too much about it. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, not wanting to explain anything more.
Yang Xia has worked hard and deserves it.
Let's go, Yang Xia. Sister, why don't you bring Wang Li along?
When the time comes, you can show her the new office building, so that she can also facilitate the follow-up work.
Su Yan looked at the time. It was time to
leave, and it should be just in time to get to Jiang Wei's place.
Okay, I'll go get her. Yang Xia responded, and immediately walked quickly to the store next door. Not long after, Wang Li followed Yang Xia out.
Although her appearance was somewhat ordinary, she looked like a very capable girl.
The three quickly got into the car and headed for Jiang Wei's company. Wang Li, do you know the general situation of the new office building we are going to take over?
Yang Xia was sitting in the passenger seat, and Wang Li was sitting in the back.
There is some time on the road, so everyone can communicate about the project.
Mr. Su, Mr. Yang has already shown you the electronic version of the introduction. I have already made a preliminary version of the leasing plan.
Today, it would be best if we could go and take a look at the site, and then I can revise the plan. Wang Li immediately answered politely when she heard Su Yang's question. She is very eloquent.
And she had already done a lot of preparation work in advance. Wang Li, our boss Su likes everyone to call him brother in private, so it seems a bit strange to call him general manager. Yang Xia smiled at Su Yang and immediately helped him to get closer to his subordinates. Because Yang Xia usually deals with the employees below, and Su Yang only goes there occasionally, so everyone is naturally not very familiar with him.
Great, then I'll call you Brother Su from now on. Wang Li was quick to respond, and immediately laughed and picked up the conversation. Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh.
He was very impressed by Yang Xia's meticulousness.
Chapter 131, The Strange Contract with Jiang Wei. It was almost 10 o'clock when the three of them arrived at Jiang Wei's office.
Under the guidance of the secretary, they met her in the conference room waiting for Su Yang.
Hello, Jiang Wei, it's been a while, now you should call me Boss Jiang. Jiang Wei's current appearance is indeed different from before. She was dressed in a professional outfit, showing the style of a professional woman. Her seductive figure is still hard to hide. Don't call me that, brother. That's too formal.
Jiang Wei smiled and shook her head, her eyes slightly revealing a hint of embarrassment. From her point of view, Su Yang is her benefactor, a friend she recognizes, and a partner with whom she can work together for a long time. He is a person of impeccable character. So it really feels a little uncomfortable to call each other boss.
Well, that's right. Jiang Wei, what Su Yang said was too formal.
But I think it's because of the way you're dressed that he's a little dizzy and doesn't know what to say, huh? Yang Xia immediately interrupted. After all, she and Jiang Wei were more familiar with each other.
Really?
Jiang Wei smiled shyly, a little embarrassed.
Sister Yang Xia's explanation really took her by surprise. Yes, Yang Xia is right. Brother is really dizzy, huh? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. But to be honest, Jiang Wei's new look is much more eye-catching than before.
Brother, this is the contract I drafted. Take a look. Jiang Wei smiled and handed the folder in her hand to Su Yang. And she was accompanied by only a little girl taking notes, with no other people to coordinate the negotiations.
Okay, thank you, Jiang Wei.
Su Yang nodded with a smile and took the contract. Yang Xia also leaned over and read it together. Brother, I drafted the contract at random.
If you feel there is a problem, we can always amend it. Jiang Wei, why do I feel that this contract is a bit familiar? Su Yang scratched his head and looked up at Jiang Wei. Yes. She couldn't help but laugh.
I just borrowed the contract we had with Xinhui Building and modified it on that basis.
Oh, that's why it looked so familiar. But I wrote that contract myself.
The contract he wrote was basically written according to Xiao Chuchu's ideas, and the rest was pieced together from the internet.
Cooperation is based on trust.
Brother, I have always had a personal relationship with Yang Xia. Now we are doing very well with Xinhui, saving the boss Xiao a lot of trouble.
Jiang Wei shook her head nonchalantly and looked at Yang Xia with a smile.
Jiang Wei, this is a newly built office building, and the location is also very good.
Would your father agree to this contract? Su Yang looked at Jiang Wei and couldn't help but hesitate slightly. This sister is practically giving him money.
In fact, she didn't need to do this at all.
She could have just negotiated a normal agency contract. There are bound to be a lot of people who want to represent these office buildings for rent. And there are certainly some large national agencies that will also be competing. Don't worry, brother. I'm in full control of these things. He has no control over me. Okay, don't worry, Jiang Wei, I'll definitely help you with this. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, then pushed the contract in front of Yang Xia. Since Sister Jiang Wei is so polite, I won't be pretentious. Sign and seal it. That's right, why are you being so polite to me? We're good friends, aren't we? Yes, we are all good friends. Su Yang was only helping Jiang Wei when she was desperate.
But the reward was indeed far greater than the original investment. Right, Li, go and get the property manager, Wang, and the transfer contract on my
desk. Yes, Ms. Jiang.
While Su Yang and Yang Xia were signing and sealing the contract, Jiang Wei had already arranged the next thing.
Soon,
the somewhat strange cooperation contract was signed and completed.
Brother, I'll arrange for someone to hand over the office building to you later. You can take care of it from now on. I'm not going to be involved anymore. Okay, no problem. Su Yang nodded with a smile. It seems that the office building is settled.
The next step is to sign the contract with the property management company, and then make the necessary changes to the business registration, tax, and bank information.
Not long after,
the young girl just brought a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head. There was a hint of obvious worry in his eyes.
Director Wang, please sit down.
Jiang Wei took the property management company transfer contract from the little girl's hand and handed it to Su Yang across the table.
Let me introduce you. Brother, this is Mr. Wang, the manager of the Jiamai Property Management Company, who is temporarily in charge of dozens of people under him. Director Wang, this is Su Yang, my best friend. He will be the boss of your property company in the future. Jiang Wei quickly gave a brief introduction. Hello, Mr. Su. After listening to the introduction, Director Wang quickly got up and greeted the new boss. First impressions are important. If the boss is unhappy, the first thing they will do is to target the management. Don't be nervous, Mr. Wang. Sit down. We'll talk more later. Su Yang smiled and nodded, waving his hand to let Wang be at ease.
Sister Jiang Wei, the company's profit and loss situation is still okay, and it can still make some money.
Su Yang looked at the material attached to the contract and couldn't help but look up at Jiang Wei. Well, the company is currently making a small profit,
but the group doesn't care about that at all. Plus, the CEO screwed up before, so the group is planning to lay off the entire company. I thought you might need this, so I pushed it to you. After all, there are still dozens of people in the company, and there are several communities below. In fact, Jiang Wei had mentioned these things to Su Yan before. He also knew about this. It's just that Jiang Wei's contract doesn't require a penny. I know, sister. I mean, you're giving it to me for free, without asking for a penny? What money? Even if we lay you off, we still have to pay you compensation. Don't you think so, brother? Jiang Wei said, unable to help laughing. Su Yang couldn't help but nod. She was right. It seemed like a win-win situation. He has a property company, so Jiang Wei doesn't have to pay compensation, and the employees of the property company don't have to lose their jobs. Chapter 132, Ready to return to Lu Shue's hometown. It didn't take long to sign the 2 contracts with Jiang Wei, and to outsiders, it seemed like a joke. After a simple handover of work, they had a meal together at noon, hosted by Jiang Wei. At 2 p.m., Su Yan and his 2 colleagues hurried back to the real estate agency. After returning to the company, everyone held a brief meeting, and the leasing of the new office building was officially launched. Yang Xia took Wang Li and more than 10 new employees to start the follow-up work. As for the property management company, Wang was put in charge of it temporarily. At this point, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had hoped to stay at home and collect rent to live a more laid-back life, but now he is busier than ever. Not only does he have his own real estate agency, but also his own property management company. The number of employees is also increasing. It's getting dark. Wife, how is your work schedule going? Let's go back to my mother-in-law's house as soon as possible. Su Yang stroked the face of Lu Shui in his arms and asked softly. Honey, I've finished all my work this week. I can handle anything online. Why don't we go back tomorrow? In fact, Lu Shui has been waiting for Su Yang to finish his current tasks. Now that the leasing of the new office building has begun and the property management company is back to normal, Su Yang can finally find some time. Lu Shui's work is flexible, and she can actually make time at any time. That's great, honey, but we don't have much time to prepare a gift. We don't need to prepare any gifts. In fact, as long as we can go back, my mother will be very, very happy. How can that be? I haven't been back for years. I'm sorry, honey. If Su Yang hadn't been so busy all the time and had not tormented Lu Shui from time to time, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed to go back. It's okay, honey. It's all in the past, and now she's very, very happy. Kiss. Lu Shui said, reached out and hugged Su Yang's neck, and kissed him on the mouth. Now she has no worries or fears. In her eyes, Su Yang is a gentle and considerate husband, and he is completely different from before. The previous attitude of flattery and smiles have now turned into heartfelt joy. Honey, bring your mother over. If she gets a headache or a fever, it's not easy to take care of her. Su Yang hugged the jade in his arms and couldn't help but sigh to himself. I really have to think about her. Well, that's good. Lu Shui actually had this idea in mind, but she hadn't discussed it with Su Yang yet. Now that he has brought it up, she is naturally very happy. My mother is alone at home. If something happens to her, it will be extremely inconvenient to take care of her. After all, the distance is a big problem. Okay, let's make a decision. We'll arrange a nearby apartment for her, and it'll be convenient for everyone. The 2 of them agreed on this matter at once. Now that Su Yang is no longer a poor man, this is a simple matter for the couple. Honey, I want to give you a full body health massage again. Come on, lie down. Su Yang's eyes glowed with a bright light when she heard this. He had already experienced it the day before, and it was extremely refreshing. Early the next morning, Su Yang, Lu Shui, and their daughter Su Lele all got up and tidied up. Dad, we're going to visit Lele's grandmother's house for a few days. Take care of yourself. Before leaving, Su Yang and Lu Shui definitely had to give their father a few words of advice. Well, you should have gone to see her a long time ago. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Okay, call me if anything happens. After the family of 3 finished packing, they hurriedly had some breakfast and then drove off. Yang Xia, we are on our way back to Lele's grandmother's house.
We will probably stay for 2 to 3 days.
I'm sorry to put you through so much work at the office these days. Because the decision to go back to their hometown was made at the last minute, Yang Xia was not informed in advance.
So on the way, Lu Shui called Yang Xia. Don't worry, sister. The work on hand is basically all straightened out. You don't need to worry too much. Go back with peace of mind.
Okay, sister, when I get back, we'll go out for a big meal.
Ha ha, that's good, sister. Soon, Lu Shui and Yang Xia ended their conversation. Honey, Lulu is already asleep. Because they got up early in the morning, Su Lele fell asleep in the back seat after a short drive. Well, go to sleep. It's been really hard on the kids preparing for the entrance exam. Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and couldn't help but feel a little sad. His daughter is now a 15-year-old girl, but he hasn't done much to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. He reached out to Lu Shui as he always did. She smiled shyly and then also held out her small hand. In fact, they both slept a little late last night. At first, it was Lu Shui who helped Su Yang with his massage, but later, the roles were reversed. Fortunately, the two of them were used to staying up late. I never thought that our child would grow up so quickly. In 3 more years of high school, she will be a real young lady. Su Yang gently massaged Lu Shui's little hand while driving. Yes, she will soon be going to college. She leaned back and looked at her daughter, her face filled with a smile of satisfaction. My child is in high school and has to live in the dormitory. She can only come back once a month. We will see our child less and less in the future. Yes, dear, let's just wait and see when our second child will make an appearance. Su Yang smiled and looked at Lu Shui's little belly. She couldn't help but smile shyly, and she also exerted a little strength in her hands. It can't be that fast, there's only a few days a month. She looked back at her sleeping daughter and said in a low voice. My husband will try hard. Shu, keep your voice down. Lu Shui glanced at Su Yang with a hint of embarrassment and whispered a reminder. The car soon reached the highway and headed for Lu Shui's hometown. Her hometown is in Linhe County, about 600 to 700 kilometers from Jiancheng. It would take until the afternoon to get there. Chapter 133, after more than 10 years, they meet again. Speeding all the way. After getting off the highway, they got on the national highway. We stopped for gas halfway. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that we entered Linjiang County. Mom, Grandma's home is so beautiful. The daughter had already woken up and couldn't help but cheer at the sight of the clean and beautiful small county town. Yes, the environment here is really good, and the greenery is particularly good. Lele, do you remember your grandma? The last time you came, you were in the 5th grade of elementary school. Lu Shui looked at her daughter, her eyes filled with memories. It's been a few years. Now I'm finally back. And she's back with her husband. He also came twice in the first 2 years of our marriage. After that, he messed around with that group of people and never came back. Thinking about it, it seems like it's been more than 10 years. I have some vague memories of it, but if I see my grandmother, I'll definitely recognize her. I remember that last time I came, Grandma even killed a chicken for me, and I helped her catch it for a long time. Yes, Lulu was right. It really happened. Yes, Grandma was a very nice person, and she was very caring. Dad, drive faster, I really want to see Grandma now. Okay, sweetheart. Su Yang nodded with a smile and increased the speed a little in the direction indicated by the navigation system. In fact, he was still a little embarrassed. According to his awakened memory, he had not been there for more than 10 years. Before, it was Lu Shui who brought Lulu back. And it was only a few times. Now, after a 4-year gap, he had come. Again. The county seat is not big, and after entering it, it only took 20 minutes to reach the residential area where Lu Shui's mother lived. In the spring, the community. It is an old residential area with only one old caretaker at the gate. Mom, this is the neighborhood. I immediately remembered it when I got here. Su Lele pointed excitedly to the entrance of the community, her face full of smiles. Well, let's see what Grandma has made for Lulu. Lu Shui smiled and wiped her moist eyes. This time, she felt completely different from the past. Even though this was the first time she had returned after marrying Su Yang, she was far happier than she had been then.
Although they were married at the time, Su Yang didn't have much affection for her.
The main thing was gratitude.
After all, Lu Shui had saved his life at that time. The car soon drove into the residential area. Carefully maneuvering through the cars parked in disarray, it slowly drove towards Building 3.
Mom, that's my grandma.
Su Yang and Lu Shui were looking ahead, but Su Lulu pointed to an old lady sitting in the shade not far away and shouted happily.
Dad, stop the car. I want to go find my grandma. Okay, honey, slow down.
Su Yang said, and stepped on the brake. Su Lele pushed open the car door and rushed out, skipping and jumping towards her grandmother. Lu Shui quickly rubbed her eyes, straightened her hair, and was also ready to get out of the car.
Honey, you park the car over there. We'll be right back.
She pushed open the car door and got out.
Su Yang drove the car quickly to Building 3 and parked it. After getting out of the car,
she saw Lu Shui and the other two coming this way. Su Yang hurriedly went forward to greet them.
This is his mother-in-law, the mother that Lu Shui has been thinking about day and night.
Closer. After more than 10 years, I saw my mother-in-law again, and she had really aged a lot. She used to have very few gray hairs, but now she has a full head of them.
Su Yang, hurry home and sit down. You must have had a hard time driving all the way here, right?
Before Su Yang could even open his mouth, his mother-in-law greeted him with a smile. She had some idea about her son-in-law. If her daughter had been able to take care of things at home, she wouldn't have had to wait so long for a visit.
So,
the old lady was afraid to neglect him.
If he is unhappy, it is the daughter and granddaughter who will suffer. Mom. It's fine, it's not hard.
Su Yang scratched his head sheepishly, feeling embarrassed. His mother-in-law was actually looking at his face when she spoke, and even had a smile of flattery on her face.
Oh. I was really a bastard. Grandma, I also brought you a gift. Wait for me to get it for you.
Quickly, Dad, open the trunk. Before they could even exchange a few words, Su Lele eagerly pushed Su Yang to open the trunk. Look, Grandma, I bought you a radio with my allowance. It has a lot of songs and operas.
Su Lele quickly found the gift she had chosen for her grandmother in the trunk and happily took it over. Good, Lulu is really good. Grandma happily took the radio and couldn't help reaching out to wipe away her tears.
The trunk was full of things she had bought for her.
Mom, what are you crying for? Come on, let's take the stuff home. I've picked out some clothes for you. You can try them on later.
Lu Shui took her mother's arm and comforted her gently.
Mom, don't worry. Su Yang is treating us very well now. Really?
Of course.
Didn't you hear him call you Mom?
He didn't call you that when we first got married. The old lady had actually heard it, but she thought she had heard it wrong. But the condition of her daughter, Xiaoxue, was much better than before.
She was in good spirits and always smiling. Come on, help your father carry things.
Su Yang called out with a smile and began to move things from the trunk.
Good, Dad. Mom, you've been waiting for us with so many dishes?
When she got home, Lu Shui discovered that her mother had prepared a large table of dishes.
Oh, you said you would be home at 1 or 2, so I made it a little late. Come on, wash your hands and get ready for dinner.
Mom, come with us to Jiangcheng in the future. Lu Shui looked around and couldn't help but hug her mother.
It's really lonely for her to be here alone.
And she is getting older, it is really not suitable for her to live here alone.
That won't do. Mom doesn't want to be a burden to you.
Mom glanced at Su Yang, her eyes betraying an indescribable hesitation.
Mom, let's eat and talk while we eat.
Lu Shui naturally knew what her mother was thinking, but she wasn't in a hurry.
After all, Su Yang was no longer the same person he used to be. And the two of them were even more in love than during their honeymoon. Chapter 134. Now, Lu Shui has turned over and become the master.
Su Yang naturally saw his mother-in-law's hesitation. He knew very well that it was all because of his previous behavior. Perhaps his mother-in-law didn't know how much of a bastard he was, but it wasn't hard to guess from the various details of his behavior when Lu Shui came back. Lele, eat more of your grandma's stewed ribs.
It's been really hard studying lately.
With that, Su Yang gave his daughter a large piece of meat and put it in her bowl.
Hey, thanks, Dad. Shui, you should eat more too. You've been
busy with work and taking care of Lele lately. You've lost some weight. Then, Su Yang added a large piece of pork to Lu Shue's bowl. Lu Shue was so smart that she immediately saw his intention. He just wanted to show off to his mother the harmony and happiness of the family of three.
My husband is getting better and better at showing his love.
Lu Shue smiled at Su Yang and patted him on the head.
Mom was surprised to see this.
Just that little pat on the head dispelled all her worries.
Is my daughter now so important in the family?
Not only did her son-in-law politely offer to help her with the dishes, she also dared to pat him on the head, and he even laughed happily.
Mom, come live with us. It's not convenient for you to be here alone, and Lulu was so close to you. Su Yang looked at his mother-in-law with a very sincere attitude.
Lu Shue's mother is his mother.
Leaving the old lady here alone.
Lu Shue's wife must also be worried and sad.
So no matter what, she has to go live with them. Can you live there? I'm actually fine living here alone.
Su Yang looked at his mother-in-law, and there was a hint of unspeakable relief in her eyes, and her eyes even turned red.
It seems that the son-in-law is really different from before. Mom, didn't Xiaoxue tell you before? Now we have a lot of houses. When you go there, we can live together or you can live alone. Grandma, I miss you every day. Why don't you come back with us?
Su Lele ate while also helping out. And he kept shaking his grandmother's arm.
Good boy. Grandma is going. In fact, Lu Shue's mother was most concerned about Su Yang's attitude.
Now that she saw that Su Yang's attitude was so sincere, and that he was so good to her daughter and grandson, her hesitation gradually disappeared. After the meal, Lu Shue and her mother went to the kitchen to clean up.
Shue, Su Yang, you too.
Naturally, my mother had doubts in her heart, so she couldn't help but ask her daughter in private.
Mom, we are doing fine now. Su Yang is a good person.
The difference between the time you came here a few years ago and now is quite big, and he hasn't been here much. Mom, the first few years were difficult, so Su Yang was a bit short-tempered, but he was actually very good to me. Lu Shue never said a word against Su Yang in front of her mother, even when she came to visit a few years ago. Even when he was beaten, he would still tell her how good he was.
Oh.
Mom nodded with satisfaction, and her smile grew wider and wider.
Mom, you really shouldn't think too much.
Su Yang has opened a company now, and business is growing more and more.
The family is making more and more money. When you come to live with us, you can help us cook and take care of Lulu.
There are many old ladies in the neighborhood who dance in the square, and you can learn from them. You can just enjoy your life at home while Su Yang and I work outside to make money. Lu Shue gently persuaded her mother, describing a bright future for her. Mom was also getting happier and happier as she listened.
Shue, Su Yang can now make money. Then you have to keep an eye on him and don't let him mess around. Upon hearing this, Lu Shue couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Mom.
We've been married for so many years, whether we were poor or rich, he was always good to me, and now he's even better than before.
Mom, your daughter is so pretty. He likes her too much, how could he possibly go looking for someone else?
You silly girl.
Mom looked at Lu Shue and couldn't help but laugh.
But to be honest, your daughter is in really good shape. Her cheeks are rosy and rosy. It seems that she and Su Yang are really living a harmonious life. So, then her mother has nothing to worry about. Grandma, I remember there was a place selling flowers, birds, and other small animals not far from our neighborhood.
Is it still there?
Sululu slept all the way and is now in good spirits. When her grandmother came out of the kitchen, she started pestering her.
Yes, come on, Grandma will take you there. It's a lot of fun, and Grandma often goes there too. Great, Grandma, let's go.
On hearing that the old flower, bird, fish and insect market was still there, Su Lele couldn't help but cheer. There are so many interesting things in this kind of place, and children love it the most.
Good.
Xiaoxue, Su Yang, you've been on the bus for a long time, so take a rest.
I've cleaned up the room next to you. Yes, I know, Mom.
Lu Shue smiled and said, then came to Lulu and said a few words.
Lele, try not to let Grandma spend money when you go out, okay? Don't worry, Mom. Dad gives me a lot of pocket money. I'm almost a little rich girl. Okay, go.
Lu Shui nodded with relief and stroked her daughter's hair.
Soon,
Su Lele and her grandmother went out to the bird, fish and insect market.
honey, come here.
Lu Shui looked at Su Yang sitting on the sofa and smiled, winking her slender, white fingers.
Okay, I'm coming, honey.
Seeing Lu Shui's charming and graceful appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but be distracted for a moment.
It's really unbelievable.
In the past, my wife was passive and obedient. Under his tyranny, she was simply at his mercy. Now, Lu Shui has turned over and become the master.
Every smile and frown can hold Su Yang in check. Chapter 135, Lu Shui's courage is getting bigger and bigger.
When she came to Lu Shui, Su Yang was grabbed by her hand and dragged into the bedroom. He couldn't help but laugh, and with Lu Shui's pulling, he followed obediently.
Then, Su Yang was pushed onto the bed by Lu Shui.
With a single movement, her slender fingers picked up his chin. Her eyes were burning, revealing a charming style and a hint of subtle aggression.
She lowered her head and kissed him.
Su Yang couldn't help but feel his heart pounding, and he reached out his arms to embrace Lu Shui in his arms.
Wow! This little bitch is getting more and more interesting.
As the emotions grew stronger, Lu Shui's courage grew stronger.
Now she is basically the one taking the initiative. Honey, I looked around and realized that we don't really have anything valuable. Some things that can't be put away can be given away.
Lu Shui, with a slight blush, snuggled into Su Yang's arms as the two discussed taking their mother back.
Well, this house is too old. It won't bring in much money even if we rent it out in the county seat. Su Yang patted her back tenderly and said gently.
There is only my mother-in-law here, and there is no possibility of her coming back in the future.
As long as Su Yang doesn't act like a demon, his mother-in-law definitely won't want to come back.
It's fine to sell it, but let's let my mother live there for a while first, so that she can live there without any worries.
It's not too late to sell it then.
Lu Shui was more thorough in her thinking. Of course, it is possible to sell the house, but we should try to take care of our mother's feelings.
Now she sees that her daughter and son-in-law are getting along well, but what will happen after she goes there? Only by actually living there for a while will she know.
If the relationship is really stable and harmonious, then there is no need to worry.
But what if it's all an illusion? Then she probably won't live there for long, and she'll definitely come back.
Right, your wife is very considerate. Su Yang naturally agreed with Lu Shui's suggestion. As they chatted, they both felt sleepy and fell asleep.
The two slept until it was dark.
When they woke up, the TV was playing in the living room outside.
The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food and the sound of sizzling. Honey, get up quickly. I think Mom will be calling us to eat soon.
Lu Shui hugged Su Yang's neck, and her gentle and lazy voice entered his ears.
Boo!
Su Yang tilted his head and covered Lu Shui's mouth.
2 minutes later, the two of them got up and left the bedroom.
Mom, I bought 2 small pots of flowers.
Look at them, they're so beautiful.
Su Lele saw her parents coming out of the bedroom and happily took her mother's hand and walked to the balcony.
Su Yang woke up.
Good, Xiu, everyone, let's wash our hands and get ready for dinner. The way my mother-in-law looked at Su Yang was indeed very different from the beginning.
There was a clear sense of relief and joy.
That afternoon, Su Lele accompanied her for a long time and chatted with her for a long time. In fact, the child is somewhat like her mother, and she has never said anything bad about her father. She mainly talked about how good her parents were together, how much they cared for her, and how they were very rich now, and that her grandfather lived with them. Basically, she said everything good except for the bad things from before.
Grandma believed everything the child said.
So she had no worries about her daughter. As for the future, we'll just have to see how things turn out.
Well, good mom.
Since Su Yang's biological mother had an accident, the word mother seemed to have been sealed in his heart. But after meeting Lu Shui's mother, he suddenly realized that this was also his mother, and he would take care of her and love her just like his own mother. Lu Shui had suffered with him for so many years, but she never gave up on him, and she still loved him so much.
How can you not love such a good woman, and such a good woman's mother?
Hearing Su Yang's name for her, Lu Shui's mother's face involuntarily revealed a happy smile. It's been more than 10 years. Not only had her son-in-law come, but he had also called her mom sincerely and wanted to take her to live with him. As the old saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son.
Now, the old lady really likes her son-in-law more and more. After dinner, Su Lele happily followed her grandmother to the nearby square to play. There were people dancing to square dance music, people selling things, and all kinds of games and other activities. It was very lively. Su Yang and Lu Shui didn't have much time to spend with their child, so she was really happy to see her grandmother. After my husband and mother went over there, the child had someone to play with. Lu Shui and Su Yang also left the house, holding hands under the streetlight and strolling slowly. The breeze was blowing, and the night air felt so good on their faces. Yes, our mother has a really good temper. My little snowy wife really looks like her. Su Yang caressed Lu Shui's small hands and spoke softly. Yes, my temper is a bit like my mother's. But I'll have to bully my husband more in the future. Lu Shui smiled, let go of Su Yang's hand, and put her arm around his waist. Okay. Do you want your husband to prepare a stick for you? Su Yang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This wife's idea of bullying is basically taking the initiative. Although she has now come out of the shadow of the past, her love and care for Su Yang has only increased with each passing day. Every night before going to bed, she would give Su Yang a full body massage. If her mood is right, she will also give him a special health massage. Then, it might be the other way around, with Su Yang giving her a massage. Silly husband. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh shyly when she heard this. She wouldn't dare hit you. In the future, you just have to listen to your wife. Will you do whatever I tell you to do? Will you be a good boy? As she spoke, Lu Shui reached out and grabbed Su Yang's neck, pulling him down. Then she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. It's dark anyway, and no one can see. Chapter 136. Dear husband, your wife is now ordering you to squat down. Okay, from now on, if my wife tells me to lie down, I'll lie down, and if she tells me to lie down, I'll lie down. Is that okay? Su Yang chuckled lightly, gently embraced Lu Shui in his arms, and blew a breath in her ear. Okay, now my wife is ordering you to squat. She reached out and rubbed her ear, which was very itchy. Especially the warm moisture made her feel a little flustered. Okay, wife, I'll obey. Su Yang smiled and turned around, half squatting in front of Lu Shui. He knew that this was what his wife wanted him to do. Sure enough, Lu Shui jumped onto his back directly from behind. Giddy up. Let's go. She put her arm around Su Yang's neck and patted him on the shoulder with the other hand. Su Yang held her long legs with both hands and walked forward with a smile. Luckily, although my wife has gained some weight recently, she is still not too heavy overall. If you want to describe it more accurately, it's too fat if you gain 1 point, and too thin if you lose 1 point. Su Yang really has an obsession with Lu Shui's figure. If you compare her to Lorraine, now she is really far from Lu Shui. This is really the case with women. The more they mature, the better they look. Honey, I'm going to work you out hard from now on. If you don't listen to me, I'll hit you with a stick, okay? Lu Shui hugged Su Yang's neck and whispered gently, exhaling like a lotus flower. So, what do you want to train? Your waist? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh lightly. The waist definitely needs to be exercised, such as sit-ups, push-ups, horizontal bars, etc., should all be able to exercise the strength of the waist and abdomen, right? My man, these must be exercised. Lu Shui said, and couldn't help but laugh shyly. But I also need to practice jogging and stuff. By the way, honey, I'm thinking of ordering a treadmill and a spinning bike. We have the space to put them in our spare room. That's great, honey. Do you want to order a water bed as well? Water bed? What do you need a water bed for? Well, it's so that we can sleep more comfortably on it. Okay, kiss. Lu Shui smiled shyly and turned her head to kiss Su Yang. When we get back, I'll set you some exercise tasks every day. If you don't complete them, your wife will beat you. No problem, honey. Just kidding. If you don't have a good body, how can you be happy with your wife forever? I must exercise. No one can stop me. Honey, you have a fitness mission too, right? Of course. For our happiness, my wife will definitely exercise well. Besides, 2 people in a couple can't just let you exercise alone, right? Cough cough. Hearing Lu Shui's ambiguous words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. That makes sense. As a couple, we should exercise more. That way, both of us will be in good shape. Yes, my wife is absolutely right. What if the wife can't complete the exercise task? Well, the husband can punish the wife too. My wife is so pretty and cute. I can't bear to punish you now. Punish my wife? That's impossible. Such a cute and lovely big baby, you can only spoil her in the future. Even if she does something wrong, it must be because her husband didn't remind her properly. That's not good. Your wife will have to order you around. Oh, that's fine. If your wife doesn't complete the task, then you. Lu Shui smiled shyly and whispered in Su Yang's ear. Then a warm breath was sprayed directly into Su Yang's ear. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Why is my wife still thinking about that kind of thing? Hasn't my wife's strange psychology from before completely healed? Is this a relapse of the old illness? What are you thinking, honey? Are you going to be disobedient now? Obedient, do whatever my wife says, don't worry. Su Yang couldn't help but pat Lu Shui's long legs and laughed as he walked forward. Just kidding. Such a good wife, as long as she is happy, I will do whatever she wants. Honey, put me down quickly. My wife felt that she had gained a lot of weight. Look at you, you're so tired and you've sweated so much. Lu Shui leaned on Su Yang's back and took a tissue to wipe his sweat. Although she said she wanted to exercise him, she was still very distressed to see him sweating so much. It's okay, honey. I'll walk a little longer. This will exercise my waist. Su Yang shook his head and was reluctant to put down Lu Shui, continuing to walk forward in big strides. Yes. I'm going to walk big steps. This way she can feel like she's riding in a sedan chair. The up and down movement is actually quite interesting for Su Yang. After all, Lu Shui's weight was there. Although not as good as Jiang Wei, she is definitely not to be underestimated. Okay, honey, be a good boy, listen to me and put your wife down. But I want to go around again. No, my wife ordered you to put me down. Hurry up, honey. Okay. Since my wife is really worried, let her down. With that, Su Yang stopped and gently lowered Lu Shui down. Well, that's good. You're such a good husband. Come on, let me reward you. With that, Lu Shui hooked her neck around his and kissed him directly. The two of them walked slowly while chatting lightly. In the breeze of the night, their feelings seemed to have been sublimated a lot. As they walked along, the two of them met Su Lele and her grandmother, who were hurrying home on the road. Mom and Dad, look, I bought cotton candy. It's so big. Come on, Mom, you try it first. Su Lele ran happily to the two of them holding a huge marshmallow. Grandma was happily watching the warm family of three from behind. She had just seen clearly in the light of the street lamp that her daughter and son-in-law were holding hands and standing very close together. They were laughing and talking. This kind of thing can't be faked. They didn't even notice her and her granddaughter coming over. It seems that the daughter and son-in-law's relationship is really very good. So, the old lady's heart was naturally extremely happy. Chapter 137, You must buy a mattress with a lot of bounce. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Shui discussed with her mother how to deal with the things in the house. If it can be put in the cabinet, it can be given to neighbors. For example, flowers and plants, vegetables, grains and oil, etc. This kind of thing definitely can't be stored for too long. Soon, under the direction of Lu Shui, the whole family got busy. They packed what needed to be packed and gave away what needed to be given away. They were busy for a long time. Except for the last sleeping quilt, which was not packed and put away, everything else was taken care of. Not even the food was left behind, it was all given away. Everyone was tired at noon, so they ordered takeout. In the evening, the family went out to a restaurant and had a big meal. The next morning, the whole family got up early because they were going to rush back home that day. Mom, don't look anymore. We can come back to see it again when we have time. Lu Shui's mother walked out of the house and looked back from time to time, as if she were saying her final goodbyes. Grandma, don't look. When you get to Jiangcheng, you'll be happy every day. Su Lele walked up to her grandmother and gently took her arm. Okay. Grandma is just looking around, let's go.
Grandma rubbed her eyes, which were slightly red, and then walked towards the car with Su Lele.
Let's go, honey. Let's go. Okay, let's go. After checking everything, the family of four drove away from the community.
Soon the car was on the road, heading in the direction of Jiangchang.
Grandma's last lingering feelings quickly disappeared in the happy laughter of Su Lele.
The two of them looked around in the back seat and chatted nonstop.
The car was filled with laughter and joy. Honey, look. Lu Shui pointed to the back and looked at Su Yang with a smile. Oh.
The old and the young are both asleep. With one hand, Lu Shui's small hand reached into Su Yang's hand.
Honey, I think we should let our mother live in the garage where Yang Xia used to live. Although the garage is a bit smaller, the decoration and moisture proofing are quite good.
Lu Shui looked at him tenderly, allowing him to gently rub her small hands.
How can we live in a garage? No, no. Su Yang shook his head without even thinking. We have so many nice houses, how can we let Mom live in a garage? I feel a little embarrassed to say this out loud. There are 2 more apartments in Phoenix New City.
Jiang Wei had wanted to buy one before, but then her father gave her a villa, so she didn't buy it. Now there are 2 large houses, so when the time comes, let your mother-in-law take a look and choose which one to live in. Lu Shui tilted her head and smiled at Su Yang, slightly tightening her grip on his hand. In her opinion, it was actually quite suitable for her mother to live in the garage alone. After all, the garage is small and easy to take care of. If they live in the other 2 houses, the environment is indeed better, but the area is too large. Any of the other 2 sets are over 200 square meters.
But since my husband insists, let's go for the bigger one.
We can hire a maid to clean it regularly.
Okay, honey, I'll do whatever you say.
In this kind of matter, naturally Su Yang is the one who makes the final decision. Of course, Lu Shui was also happy.
We'll talk about it when we get back.
Let our mother see it and live in whichever one she likes.
Yes, my dear husband.
Lu Shui looked sideways and looked behind her, her face full of a happy smile.
At 2 p.m.
the car drove into the city of Jiangchang. Su Lele and her grandmother had already woken up. Wide roads, tall buildings, and a constant stream of vehicles.
Grandma kept looking out of the car.
The bustling city really surprised and intrigued her.
Grandma, we'll be home soon. I want to sleep in the same room as you. Okay, I'll listen to you, Lele. Grandma gently took Su Lele's hand and looked outside from time to time. After another half hour or so, the car pulled into the Phoenix Newtown residential area. Grandma, we're almost home. Look, that building is our home. In a short while,
the car stopped downstairs.
After a lot of carrying and a lot of fuss, the whole family arrived home. Dad wasn't home. It seems he went fishing again. Honey, I'll make some food. You've had a long drive, so take a rest.
At noon, everyone had a snack, but they are still hungry now.
It's okay, wife, don't cook, just order takeout. Su Yan looked at the time and grabbed Lu Shui's hand. Driving is a bit more tiring, but sitting in the car is no less tiring. And Lu Shui had been chatting with him the whole way, so she hadn't had a chance to rest at all. Last night, the 2 of them fell asleep in the middle of a passionate moment, so they slept in a little late. They had been sitting in the car all day, and were actually a bit tired. Okay, honey. Lu Shui said, nodded gently, then picked up her phone and started ordering food. Then she took Su Yang's hand and went into their bedroom. Honey. What's wrong, honey?
The interior design company just called to say that the office upstairs in our building is almost finished and we can go there to inspect it between 3 and 4 p.m.
Really? That's great.
Lu Shui rolled over and lay on Su Yang's shoulder. Her eyes, which had been a bit dull, suddenly lit up.
Honey, after we eat, let Lulu and her grandma rest at home, and let's go over there together, okay? Boo!
Lu Shui reached out and pinched Su Yang's cheek, then kissed him. There was a strange look in her eyes.
It seemed to be sending an indescribable signal to Su Yang. Okay, honey, let's go see it after dinner. It's a pity that there are no rooms available right now, and there are no beds. Then hurry up. Leave it to your wife.
I'm sure she'll get it all sorted out in no time.
No problem.
The mattress must be one with a lot of bounce, and the lights must be ones that can adjust the brightness and color.
Don't worry, my wife has actually thought about it a lot. I will.
Lu Shui whispered in Su Yang's ear. Her voice was sweet and gentle, and full of temptation. She was really charming. Grandma, this is the outside bathroom, and the bedroom over there is my parents' bedroom. In the living room, Su Lele was introducing the situation of the family to her grandmother.
Get up, honey.
Hearing her daughter's voice, Lu Shui sat up and rolled over and got out of bed. Chapter 138. Since the sound insulation is good, it is natural to experiment more. After eating some takeout food in the afternoon, Su Yan and Lu Shui left the house together and soon arrived at the real estate agency.
Yang Xiao was not at the office, and most of the new employees were not there either.
Su Yan looked at them for a moment, then without stopping, went directly with Lu Shui to the new office on the floor above.
The new office had already been renovated. The last construction worker to be waiting returned the keys to Su Yang and left. Click.
As soon as the office door closed, the two of them seemed to enter a small, enclosed space.
Oh! Su Yang shouted loudly, startling Lu Shui. Honey, what are you suddenly shouting about? Come here, let me tidy up.
Lu Shui, with a blush on her face, grabbed Su Yang's neck with one hand and pinched his chin with the other, looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of an unfathomable expression.
Boo! While Su Yang was staring blankly, Lu Shui raised her head and kissed him. It was a completely aggressive kiss. 2 minutes later.
Lu Shui, still wanting more, licked her lips and smacked her mouth.
Honey, I don't think you'll be naughty again. I'll just give you a little punishment today.
With her eyes sparkling with charm, she ran into the restroom with a shy smile. This little bitch is really something. Su Yang wiped his lips and shook his head slightly. He had been kissed by Lu Shui before, but obviously none of them were as domineering as today.
She was almost like a female gangster. But the feeling is so unforgettable. Honey, I'll close the door and you listen.
Lu Shui peeked out from the restroom with a shy smile on her face, looking at Su Yang.
Okay, let's try it.
The soundproofing of the restroom is the most critical, and the office area outside doesn't matter much.
Click. The door is closed.
Lu Shui stood in the room and shouted in a normal voice towards the door.
Honey, can you hear me?
Lu Shui listened carefully, but couldn't hear any response from outside. Then she raised her voice and shouted a few more times.
Outside, Su Yang still didn't respond.
So Lu Shui opened the door and saw Su Yang at the door.
Honey, did you hear me calling? I only heard a little bit of it. I don't know if I heard it wrong. Did you shout very loudly? Su Yang said, then walked into the restroom and looked around at the decoration. Well, it was a lot of effort.
Anyway, when we were sleeping together, we never made such a loud noise for so many years.
Lu Shui took Su Yang's arm and said with a slight blush on her face. Really? Upon hearing this, Su Yang could not help but be moved.
In his memory, he had let Lu Shui shout when the children were at school.
That voice was loud enough. It seems that the money spent on the renovation was not wasted. Yes, dear. It seems that the soundproofing of this lounge is really good. It's good. The inspection is passed.
Su Yang reached out and closed the door.
And hugged Lu Shui, using all her strength. Her eyes soon became misty. Honey. I love you. MMM.
Su Yang kissed her directly.
Since the soundproofing is good, it's natural to experiment more. A few minutes later. Honey, let's call it a day.
There's not even a table here, and the floor hasn't been cleaned. Lu Shui panted slightly, her pretty face flushed. Then she wiped her lips, which were slightly numb from being kissed by Su Yang.
Well, okay.
The room is empty, and there is so much dust on the floor, it's really not good.
No. We must call the cleaning service immediately to clean up the mess.
Then start ordering furniture, it must be ready as soon as possible.
Honey, let me take care of the furniture. I'll buy it for you in the next 2 days.
Today, find a cleaner to clean up the place. Lu Shui hugged Su Yang's waist and nestled her head in his arms.
This room is really nice. It's much more relaxed and bold than at home. If everything is ready here, the two of them will definitely feel very interesting. Good big baby.
Su Yang said, immediately took out his phone and contacted the cleaning company to arrange for them to come early the next morning to make sure everything was clean.
Honey, after we've finished with these arrangements, you have to be good and do the exercises with me, okay? Okay. I will definitely exercise. That's more like it. You know what, honey? Every time you came home drunk, I was worried sick about you. Oh.
Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in private, and lovingly embraced Lu Shui in her arms.
From now on, my husband will definitely exercise properly and never let his wife down like he did before.
You know, honey, I've been secretly in love with you for 4 years in college. I was going crazy when it was time to graduate. My wife didn't know why, but she really liked you very much. Although you beat me so much, it didn't completely destroy my love for you. Later, you suddenly turned over a new leaf and reformed yourself. My wife realized that my feelings for you seem to have changed just as much as they did when we were in school.
Boo!
Su Yang couldn't help but kiss her again as he listened to her gentle whispers.
You know, honey, when I'm at work, I can't wait to get back and finish up. I really want to see you.
We've been married for so many years, but I still feel as happy as I did when I was in school when I look at you.
Su Yang nodded silently, and his nose couldn't help but feel very sour. Why didn't I realize this sooner during the 4 years of college? Why didn't I start going out with Lu Shui right from the beginning?
If I had been with her earlier, then none of this mess would have happened.
Honey, actually, my wife is very happy now. Maybe all the past is just a disaster we have experienced. But no matter what, we have come through it, and now, my wife feels very, very happy.
Lu Shui buried her head in Su Yang's arms, and the two of them embraced deeply in the room.
Honey, let's go back. I'll go back and chat with our mother.
After all these years, she must have a lot to say to me.
Yes, let's go, dear. Tomorrow, let's show Mom the house. Chapter 139, The Property Company's Awkward Situation.
After going downstairs, Su Yang didn't stop at the real estate agency, but went straight back home with Lu Shui.
I've been out and about for the past 2 days, and I'm a bit tired. I need to get some sleep. Honey, you should go and rest for a while. I can see that you're a bit dazed. Silly wife, don't you know that you really have a great taste? Now I feel dazed when I see you.
When the two of them returned home, the house was quiet.
It seems that Su Lulu and Grandma are still resting in her room. Dad has gone fishing and hasn't returned yet. Good husband, I'm ordering you to go rest now. I'm going to prepare dinner now. What do you want to eat, dear?
Yes, dear. I'm not hungry after eating in the afternoon, so make something light.
You've worked hard, wife.
Su Yang whispered, and kissed Lu Shui on the side of her face.
Okay, honey, you go and rest.
Lu Shui said gently, turning and walking towards the kitchen.
When Su Yang woke up, it was completely dark.
There was a sound of conversation outside.
Su Yang rolled over in bed, rubbed his eyes and walked out. Dad, come and eat. My mom's sweet soup is delicious.
Honey, I saw you sleeping so soundly, snoring.
I didn't want to wake you up. Hurry up and wash your hands, I've saved them for you.
Lu Shui smiled at Su Yang and beckoned him to hurry up and clean up.
Dad, Mom. Su Yang came over, looked at his father and mother-in-law, and greeted them with a smile. Cough, cough, cough.
Dad coughed once, and his face was slightly embarrassed.
Lu Shui couldn't help but look up at Su Yang and gave him a shy look.
Honey, there is nothing wrong with the way you address them individually, but when you put them together, it makes people think too much.
Hurry up and wash your hands, honey. If you're late, your daughter will have finished the sweet soup. Okay.
Shalalu, save some sweet soup for your dad. Su Yang smiled and patted his daughter's head before going to the bathroom. After eating and drinking, Lu Shui went to Su Luli's room to chat with her mother.
Su Yang accompanied her father to the study to drink tea. Yang, what are you going to do about Xiaoshua's mother? Dad was making tea and chatting with his son.
There are 2 more houses in our neighborhood. I'll show her both tomorrow and she can choose the one she wants to live in. It's close by anyway, so you can go over and take care of her whenever you want.
Well, that's fine.
Your mother-in-law hasn't had it easy these years, and you haven't visited her much, especially you.
You really shouldn't have done that.
Although Dad's voice was not loud, he was telling the truth.
Well, what he said.
I was confused before, but now that I brought her here, I'll make sure that Xiaoxue and I are more filial to her in the future.
Yes, that's more like it. Don't worry, Dad. I know. Me and Xiaoxue have already discussed it.
After leaving the study, Su Yang went to his daughter's room and had a chat with his mother-in-law. Since Lu Shui and her mother were having a good time chatting, he didn't bother them too much.
So he went to clean up and get ready for bed.
After finishing, he leaned on the bed and sent a message to Yang Xia.
Yang Xia, how is work going these days? Have you encountered any problems? After a while, his message came back. Brother, you and your sister are back? Why didn't you stay for a few more days?
Well, we just brought your sister's mother here.
Brother, we have officially started renting out our new office building, and everything is going well.
By the way, brother, I went to our property management company and I think it would be better to have a strong and responsible person in charge.
Oh, tell me, what's going on? Su Yang was taken aback by the news. He hasn't had time to pay attention to the property company lately. He hasn't even visited the property company's office.
Brother, I think that Director Wang is a relatively down-to-earth person, but he is too down-to-earth and lacks the courage.
But we can't spare someone like that at the moment, unless... Ha ha. You're just being cryptic. Brother, I actually think that sister is quite suitable. Her? Can she do it? Su Yang was stunned. To be honest, he really didn't know much about Lu Shui's workability.
Except for her experience in accounting, he really had no opportunity to see her other abilities. Although they have been married for many years, they only know her in bed and in life. But at work, they have never worked together.
Brother, it seems that you don't know your sister very well.
She is not only very eloquent, but also very quick-witted and very efficient at everything she does. She once talked to me about how to lead people at work. Really, I learned a lot from her.
You see, brother, am I a good leader? Ha ha.
This is all the result of my sister's constant guidance. After chatting for a while, Yang Xia simply sent a voice message. Oh, but your sister is still working as the vice president of finance at Xiao Chuchu's company, and I'm worried that she won't have enough time.
Su Yang couldn't help but hesitate. To be honest, he didn't want his wife to be too tired.
Such a good wife, she must be happy and relaxed. But, since Yang Xia brought it up, he could talk to his wife about it first. Brother, although Boss Xiao is treating my sister well, we are our own bosses, so it's different.
Yang Xia's point is clear. Anyway, we don't need money right now, so why should we work for someone else? Well, my sister is right.
I'll talk to your sister later.
If she's willing, then we can consider it. But she doesn't have any experience in property management.
Brother, actually, management is very similar. Manager Wang is very proficient in business, so there's nothing to worry about. Well, I'll talk to her and we'll discuss it together. After the two had finished talking, Su Yang put his phone aside and began to think about the matter.
It seems that I need to find time to visit the property management company as soon as possible.
And there aren't many communities that the property management company serves, so I don't think it will be too busy.
Maybe I can manage it in 2 days a week. Chapter 140, Come on, honey, let me blow your hair.
It was almost 11 o'clock at night when Lu Shui finally came out of her daughter's room and returned to her own bedroom.
Honey, I've kept you waiting. Pfft. I'm going to take a shower, ha. Lu Shui said, yawning. Then,
she took out a black silk pajama that Su Yan liked the most from the closet and took it to the bathroom.
Honey, see you later. I miss you.
Before entering the bathroom, Lu Shui suddenly turned around playfully and pouted at Su Yang, giving him a kiss. Then she smiled and went in. With the sound of splashing water, a beautiful picture instantly appeared in Su Yang's mind.
The misty water, the faintly visible beauty, the enchanting figure.
For a moment, he felt his mind wandering again. Because he had slept a lot in the afternoon, his energy was still quite good.
After a long time, Lu Shui came over wearing the black silk pajamas that made one think of something erotic, and sat down in front of the dressing table. Honey, come help me blow dry my hair. Okay, come on, honey, let me help you blow dry your hair.
Su Yang rolled over and got out of bed, coming over to Lu Shui. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Who? With the hairdryer on, Lu Shue's beautiful hair changed shape in Su Yang's hands. Soon, the hair was dry. Lu Shue hugged Su Yang's waist, as if she was half asleep.
Hey, my dear, you've worked hard.
Su Yang turned off the hairdryer and placed it on the table, then bent down and picked her up. Then he gently laid her on the bed.
Ing.
After the lights were turned off, Lu Shue suddenly turned around and gently embraced Su Yang, her head buried in his arms.
Honey, go to bed early.
When our office is ready, I will reward you.
MMM.
Su Yang had wanted to talk to his wife about the property company, but now that she was almost asleep, he gave up on the idea.
There's no rush. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The next morning. Honey, you go to work today.
I'll take our mother to see the houses.
We'll just live in whichever one we like.
After breakfast, Lu Shue volunteered to take her mother to see the house.
Okay, I'll go to the office first. After you show Mom the house, I have something to discuss with you. You have something to discuss with your wife? You can just arrange it yourself.
Lu Shue looked at Su Yang tenderly, and a hint of curiosity could be seen in her eyes.
About our property company, let's wait until we've seen the house. There's no rush. Okay, honey, I'm going to work first. After saying goodbye to his family, Su Yang quickly drove to the real estate agency.
Afterwards, Lu Shue also prepared to take her daughter and mother to see the house.
Brother, are you coming to work? Wait a moment. I'll make you a cup of tea.
As soon as Su Yang arrived at the company, Yang Xia stood up with a smile and prepared to make him tea. Since she didn't know he was coming to work today, she hadn't made tea for him in advance.
It's okay, little sister. Faster wins, it's all about having fun. After Su Yang said these things, Yang Xia was a little embarrassed to speak.
It was mainly because Su Yang had been too straightforward.
Brother, you're so annoying. He.
Yang Xia felt a little embarrassed for a moment, quickly slipped into her seat with a shy smile, and began to work on the task at hand.
Ha ha.
Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, then stood up with a cup of water in his hand. The cleaning company just sent a message saying that the cleaner is already upstairs waiting to open the door and do the cleaning.
Sister, I'm going upstairs first to clean the new office. Okay, brother, you go ahead. In fact, it only took a moment for Yang Xia to return to normal. After all, she had been through it before, so this little joke was nothing. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, then walked out of the office and headed for the stairs next to it. Chapter 141, Lu Shue became the general manager of the property company.
Honey, our mother has set her sights on the apartment in building 41.
We just got home now, and I'm going to the real estate agency to find you.
Soon after Su Yang came down from upstairs, Lu Shue called.
Okay, honey, come over.
Yang Xia is here too, so let's discuss the property company together.
Okay, honey, I'm already on my way. See you soon. After a while,
Lu Shue arrived at the real estate agency.
Sister, I miss you so much. I miss you too, sister. I feel like you're getting prettier and prettier, huh?
As soon as they met, they happily hugged each other.
Come, let's sit and chat.
The three of them pulled the swivel chairs together and sat down.
Oh, honey, Yang Xia just said that a tenant in Qingfeng Mingcheng community is moving out, and there is a vacant unit that would be perfect for our tenant. Is that true, honey?
That's great. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to find a good place for the tenant, but now I don't have to worry anymore.
Yes, it's all your wife's good luck. Whatever you think of, it will come true.
Su Yang smiled and looked at Lu Shue, then turned to look at Yang Xia. Compared like this, the difference is obvious. Yang Xia is actually quite good looking, but she obviously lacks that certain something that makes people feel soft and weak. Well, then I hope that our company will develop better and better, and that everyone will be happy and rich.
By the way, what do you think? Is there anything you want to discuss with me? Lu Shue said, reaching out and grabbing Su Yang's cup and taking a sip of tea. Sister, let me talk.
Yang Xia turned her chair around and moved closer to Lu Shue. I went to the property management company and found that the company's management is very chaotic. The manager Wang is competent, but he is too honest and lacks the courage to take decisive action.
He is simply unable to manage our property management company.
Oh, it seems that we lack a general manager of the property company with courage.
Lu Shui nodded slightly and immediately understood Yang Xiao's meaning.
Yes, sister, we are currently lacking such a general manager, and the leasing of our new office building has already begun, and some customers have already signed contracts. Therefore, the property services behind us must be kept up to date, otherwise the tenants will have complaints, which is not good for our company image.
Yes, sister, you are right. This problem is indeed quite prominent.
After listening to her, Lu Shui nodded and looked up at the two of them.
Is there anyone suitable for the job? Sister, I think you are the most suitable candidate. Yang Xiao was quick-witted.
Before Su Yang could say anything, she had already spoken her mind.
Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head. Deep down, he didn't want his wife to work too hard.
In fact, he had thought about it carefully. If he were to manage the property company, he didn't seem to know how to do it well. He also has no experience in leading a team. On the contrary, the women around him were all more capable than the last. The memories of the past years. He had never worked a day in his life, spending his days drinking, playing cards, and chasing girls, and then tormenting Lu Shui. With this kind of experience, how could he possibly develop his management and leadership skills? Well, yes. Lu Shui thought about it for a moment and then agreed directly and cheerfully.
Of the three people in front of her,
Yang Xia has to manage the agency, and she is already busy with so many things. As for Su Yang, she knew very well that he didn't have any management ability. And she didn't want her husband to worry about the company's affairs. Now she is very free at Xiao Chuchu's company, and she can spare a lot of time to manage the property company.
That, wife.
Su Yang looked at Lu Shui and raised his hand sheepishly.
What's wrong, honey? What do you think? Seeing Su Yang raise his hand like a student asking a question, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh. Honey, can I be your assistant? To be honest, Su Yang didn't want to make Lu Shui work too hard.
If she went to the property management company, she would have to do a lot of things herself.
How could he, as her husband, stand by and do nothing? So this assistant must be.
I must help my wife with the specific implementation work, at least I can always help her run errands.
Ha ha. Brother. You are so cute. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh, then whispered something in Lu Shui's ear. Lu Shui couldn't help but blush. Okay, honey, thank you, honey.
Of course. Su Yang smiled and passed the teacup in his hand over again. Such a good wife must be taken care of.
Not only must she not be tired, she must also be protected. Soon,
the general manager of the property management company was finally settled.
Before I knew it, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Honey, I'm going home to cook dinner. Do you want to stay at the office a little longer?
No, I'm going to go home and chat with our parents, so I won't stay.
Yang Xia, we're going home first.
Su Yang always felt that Lu Shui wanted to say something to him, but she never said it. But it was just a feeling, and I don't know if there really was anything to say.
With that, the two of them left the agency together.
Honey, our property management company is actually quite small, and I don't think it will require much effort to manage it.
I think it will be a bit busy at first. My husband doesn't actually need to accompany me. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, and her eyes expressed an indescribable happiness. How can that be? You must go. I have to be my wife's assistant and bodyguard. My wife is so beautiful, what if she gets bullied? How could that be? My wife is the boss of the company, unless someone doesn't want to work here anymore.
Lu Shui suppressed a smile and reached out to hold Su Yang's hand, gently kneading it.
My wife is so beautiful, maybe someone really doesn't want to mess around.
So you have to protect her, husband.
Okay, honey, then you'll have to listen to your wife's orders from now on.
Lu Shui winked at Su Yang, and a strange expression had appeared in her eyes.
That look
soon made Su Yang feel a little distracted.
Chapter 142, Did you see that, honey? You have to protect me.
Yang Xia was very efficient at handling things. After learning that Lu Shui's mother had taken a liking to the house in Building 41 of Phoenix New City, she immediately arranged for someone to do the tenant's work. Before Su Yang and his wife returned home, Yang Xia called to report the matter. Honey, Yang Xia has already arranged for someone to communicate with the tenants of Building 41. They will help the tenants move to the neighboring community in the afternoon.
My sister is really efficient. Honey, you must take good care of her. If someone steals her away, we'll suffer a great loss. Lu Shui took Su Yang's hand and couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Ahem. How can I watch it? It's mainly because you, as her older sister, have a good relationship with her. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and rubbed Lu Shui's little hand. Yang Xia's sister is so pretty. But in my husband's eyes, my wife is the most beautiful in the world. Honey, let's go shopping for furniture at 2 places this afternoon and have them delivered tomorrow. Thinking of the newly renovated office, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little itchy. If he hadn't been cleaning yesterday, he would have pushed Lu Shui against the wall. Okay, then we'll go out together this afternoon to look at the big items, and we'll just call them to deliver the rest. Lu Shui nodded and said with confidence. The two of them chatted and soon arrived home. After arriving home, they found that their mother was already cooking with Su Lele. You two take a break, I'll cook. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law holding hands after they arrived home, her mother naturally smiled to herself. Good, Mom. Let's go, honey. Let's make a shopping list and get the furniture ready. We'll have it delivered tomorrow. Lu Shui took Su Yang's hand and walked directly to the bedroom. The next morning, the two of them had breakfast and left the house. Honey, I have to go to Xiao Chuchu's place to take care of some things today. In the afternoon, I plan to go to the property management company to take a look. What do you think? After all, I haven't been to work for a few days, and Lu Shui doesn't want to keep missing work. Anyway, I've already handed over the furniture delivery to the staff, so I'll just go to work with my wife. Su Yang actually wanted to see how Lu Shui worked, how she spoke to her subordinates, etc. After so many years of marriage, all he has seen is the meek and obedient Lu Shui, the Lu Shui who silently endures being beaten, and now the charming Lu Shui. He really knows very little about her at work or in front of others. From now on, she's going to be my wife's assistant? My husband is so good. Of course, from now on, I'll be my wife's personal secretary. I'll do my best to help her out, and if there's nothing to do, I'll definitely cooperate with her in every way. Boo! Su Yang's words made Lu Shui's pretty face turn pink in an instant. After getting into the car, she first grabbed his neck and kissed him. Great, let's go, honey. Let's go to the company first. I have a meeting in the morning, and then I'll see what's going on with my sister. If everything goes well, it should all be done by 11 o'clock. Boom! Su Yang drove off in his car with the accelerator to the floor. As soon as she arrived at the office, Lu Shui hurried off to the meeting. Su Yang sat in her office, making tea for herself and drinking it alone. At 10 a.m., Lu Shui returned to the office after the meeting and quickly began to communicate with some middle-level personnel alone. She didn't even have time to chat with Su Yang. Su Yang sat silently on the side, watching the working Lu Shui, and he really admired her more and more. He believed that in the previous small company, his wife definitely did not have the current aura. Although he didn't understand much of what they were talking about, he could feel that Lu Shui seemed very professional. Before they knew it, it was already 11:30. Lu Shui went to Xiao Chuchu's office again. After a while, Lu Shui came with Xiao Chuchu. Brother Su Yang, why are you here today? Yes, I'm free for a while, so I came out to accompany my wife and see my sister Chuchu. She's looking prettier lately. Look at what you're saying. After hearing Su Yang's words, Xiao Chuchu's face blushed slightly. Honey, you're not quite right. You should say that little sister Chuchu is becoming more and more attractive. Look, she's so feminine. Lu Shui also followed Su Yang and started making fun of Xiao Chuchu. This is all thanks to my sister, Lu Shui. It's hard not to change when you're with her. Xiao Chuchu was generous enough to admit her own changes. Not only is she smiling more and more, but her feminine charm is slowly beginning to show. Compared to before, she is much more attractive now. Although she hasn't been with the company for long, everyone in the various departments admires her. In fact, I've heard that many of the men in the company have a secret crush on you. Ahem. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but shudder. Don't, all of you get the hell out of here. Sister, don't be silly. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh. My sister is 35, she's old and unattractive, how could a young handsome guy have a crush on me? My sister looks 25, she's young, pretty and has a great personality. I'm telling you, I heard it from someone.
Xiao Chuchu smiled as she spoke, her eyes showing a hint of envy.
Did you see that, honey? You have to protect me.
Well, of course. These two little girls are really very good looking, but Lu Shui is obviously more attractive. Because of the tight schedule, the three of them had a quick meal together, laughing and chatting. Then Su Yang and Lu Shui left Xiao Chuchu's company together and hurried to their property company.
Honey, I think you're doing a great job at the company. You're just as good as you were in the dream. I'm so impressed. And the food she makes is especially delicious. She is a wonderful woman who can be a good wife, a good cook, and a good lover.
Su Yang turned his head and looked at Lu Shui in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but pinch her little hand.
Chapter 143, The New Official Takes Office.
The property company's office is just outside the Mingcheng community, renting several storefronts on the upper and lower floors. At 1:30 p.m., the two drove to the outside of the property company.
Jia Yuan Property.
Before they even got out of the car, they could see the employees of the property company already lined up at the door waiting.
Isn't this manager Wang a bit honest? Why is he doing this?
Lu Shui looked at it and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Before they came, they called manager Wang and said they would come to the property company to take a look. Unexpectedly, he asked everyone to put down their work and stand at the door.
Isn't this a complete waste of time?
It's not a waste of time to welcome the boss's presence, maybe it's understandable.
Su Yang couldn't help but smile, but didn't really care. Welcome, Mr. Su, welcome, Mr. Lu.
As the two walked over, Director Wang hurried forward to welcome them, his face full of smiles. Subsequently, the employees at the door also shouted at the top of their lungs.
Welcome, welcome. This made Su Yang's scalp tingle. Isn't everyone's welcome warm and enthusiastic? Why does it always feel strange? Lu Shui couldn't help but frown slightly. Director Wang, let everyone go back to work.
There's no need for all this nonsense. Lu Shui looked at him indifferently, then looked at Director Wang and said,
Oh, okay, Mr. Lu.
He had only recently learned that the beautiful woman in front of him was the company's proprietress and the new general manager. It is said that she is also a financial expert.
Everyone, these two are our boss and boss's wife. Boss's wife Lu is our new general manager.
Everyone, please give her a round of applause.
Supervisor Wang took the opportunity to give a brief introduction to everyone and led the applause. Okay, thank you all. Everyone, back to work.
Lu Shui nodded with a smile and then waved her hand to let everyone disperse. Then Su Yang and Lu Shui followed Director Wang to the second floor and entered the general manager's office.
The room is quite large and the decoration is quite good. Director Wang, please sit down. Tell me about the company.
Lu Shui was also very polite, and she sat directly in the swivel chair behind the large desk and opened her bag.
She took out a notebook from it.
Su Yang saw this and also pulled a chair over and sat on one side of the desk.
My wife is not planning to take a break at all. She's here to get to work.
This. My wife actually carries a notebook with her, while he only carries his own teacup. Now he is his wife's
personal assistant. It seems that he can only do some simple work. Okay, Mr. Lu. Director Wang said, opening his notebook.
It seems that he has done his homework in advance. In the following time, Director Wang began to report on his work. He introduced the company's personnel situation, the situation of each subordinate community, etc. Lu Shui listened while asking questions at any time, and at the same time, she took careful notes.
2 hours later,
Wang had basically finished his presentation. It sounded like the property management company was doing well, making a profit and even having a surplus every year.
Okay, thank you, Director Wang. That's all for today.
You can go home first, and bring the company's financial manager along.
Lu Shui nodded lightly and then prepared to continue chatting with the person in the next important position. Okay, Mr. Lu.
Director Wang was a little nervous when asked by Lu Shui, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although the new general manager was a woman, he didn't expect her to be able to always get to the heart of the matter. And the questions she asked were right to the point. If he wasn't so skilled at his job, he would have been completely stumped by her questions today.
Honey, I think the property management company's problems are quite serious. The management is a complete mess. We can go back and take a look at the community. I dare say that the property management service is a complete mess.
It's the kind of property management company that only knows how to collect property management fees, but the property management services it provides are absolutely terrible. Lu Shui flipped through the content of the previous records and the problem points highlighted.
Well, what my wife is saying is. Su Yang nodded slightly.
Although he had never worked in property management, he understood the situation. After all, everyone lives in the community and inevitably deals with the property management company. What Manager Wang just said sounded good at first, but on second thought, there were still a lot of suspicious points.
The main problem is the property service.
Honey, it looks like we need to do some serious restructuring, or else this property management company will be completely ruined.
Good.
You're the general manager, so you're in charge. Soon, the financial staff from the property management company arrived.
Wang Feng, right? Please sit down. Lu Shui looked at the person and said with a smile. Thank you, Ms. Lu.
Next, Lu Shui, from a financial perspective, began to communicate with Wang Feng about the company's financial situation.
Various income and expenditure. Lu Shui asked very directly, and Wang Feng also told the truth. Su Yang didn't understand finance and listened as if he understood, but he was confused.
After chatting for just an hour, Lu Shui wanted to ask some questions, and she had basically asked them all.
Soon, Wang Feng also went back. Then,
the person in charge of personnel also came, and the person in charge of procurement came.
Lu Shui talked to everyone in key positions.
Su Yan looked at his phone and realized that it was already past the end of the workday.
At this time,
all the employees were still at their posts, and no one had left yet. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires, and no one wants that fire to burn down on their head.
Director Wang, let everyone go home, no need to wait.
After spending the whole afternoon chatting with the key personnel, Lu Shui had almost finished her work. She also had a basic understanding of the company's overall situation.
Su Yang, although not as deeply understood as Lu Shui, also had a basic understanding.
With a word from Lu Shui, everyone was relieved and left work one after another.
Honey, you've really worked hard.
Su Yang handed his cup to Lu Shui, and his eyes couldn't help but show his concern. He had been listening carefully all afternoon, observing, and making some notes on his phone. He was really impressed by Lu Shui's wife's communication skills, learning and reaction abilities, and observation skills.
My husband admires you.
As he said, Su Yang sincerely gave Lu Shui a thumbs up. In fact, I learned a lot from my sister-in-law's company this time. Although she speaks lightly, she is actually very capable. She really helped me a lot in getting a foothold there so quickly.
Damn. This is mainly because my wife is so capable. Let's go back. Chapter 144, When did Dad become so diligent?
After leaving the property management company, the two of them got into the car and headed home. Honey, I have to go to Choo Choo's company tomorrow morning, and then come back here in the afternoon.
Why don't you stay home and take care of our new office and our mother's house?
My wife didn't want her husband to worry too much.
Lu Shui held Su Yang's right hand and spoke in a very gentle voice. I'll clean up at home tomorrow morning. If you're not busy in the afternoon, come over. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this.
However, he also needs to get familiar with the business of the property company as soon as possible, so that he can help out at any time in the future. Now the real estate agency is managed by Yang Xiao's sister, and the property company is managed by Lu Shui's wife.
He was the one with the most free time. It's a bit embarrassing to think about it. Well, okay, honey, kiss. Lu Shui nodded with a smile, then pouted at Su Yang and blew a kiss.
Then she reached out and touched his face. Seeing his wife's charming appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a hot rush in his heart.
You little bitch, you just wait. When the new office is ready, I will definitely reward you. Right, honey, why don't you quit working at Choo Choo's? I really don't want you to work so hard.
Look at today, you've been busy all morning and afternoon, and you don't even have time to drink water.
If she works so hard in the afternoon, my wife will definitely be exhausted, then I'll be so sad.
Su Yang pinched Lu Shui's little hand and couldn't help but feel a burst of pain.
It's okay, honey. Actually, it's not that bad at Choo Choo's place. It'll only be a couple of days. The property management company is a little more troublesome,
but it'll be easier once it's sorted out. After all, Chuchu is really good to his wife. Maybe we should wait a while. When our business has grown, we can quit her job. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang tenderly, her eyes full of anticipation for a happy life in the future.
Hey! You've worked hard, my dear. Ding dong. As the two were chatting, Su Yang's phone rang. You answer it. It's Yang Xia's sister.
I think it's about our mother's house.
He then handed the phone to Lu Shui. What's up, little sister? You tell me.
Lu Shui took the phone and, after connecting, pressed the speaker button. Sister, the furniture for the new office in our building is almost all here, except for a coffee machine.
It will be delivered tomorrow.
And the apartment where your aunt will be living is also ready, and the furniture is basically all there, except for some small things for the kitchen.
Oh, and there are also things like bedding. If you have time tomorrow, you can take a look and see if there is anything else missing. Okay, sister, I'll be home tomorrow morning. I'll go buy the rest. Thanks so much, sister. Because the speakerphone was on, Su Yang replied while driving. Brother, you're so formal. You're not even close to being a stranger to your sister. Ha ha. Okay, brother and sister, I'm going home after work. Bye. Bye bye.
Okay, honey, then you can look at what's missing tomorrow and buy it as soon as possible, so that our mother can move in at any time.
Okay, honey, you're the boss. Yes, that's good. Our new office is ready, and my wife will definitely reward you, kiss. Hearing that the new office is basically complete, Lu Shui's heart can't help but get excited. The new office she had been dreaming of was finally ready. Her happy life with Su Yang will soon have a brand new upgrade. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Shui's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Interesting, interesting. I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, by the way, honey, our daughter's high school entrance exam results will be out in a couple of days, and I'm suddenly a little nervous.
Don't worry, our daughter will definitely get into the top school this time.
Su Yang squeezed Lu Shui's hand and comforted her gently. The two of them could see the efforts their daughter had made recently, and the mock exam results were also quite good.
Well, I don't think there's a problem. I hope she does well. Mom, let's go and take a look at the new house.
We bought most of the furniture yesterday, and today we just need a few small things.
I'll take you shopping.
After Lu Shui left for work, Su Yang planned to take his daughter and mother-in-law out for a walk.
Okay, just buy whatever you like. Don't bother.
The mother-in-law is very happy to see her son-in-law take her out shopping.
Grandma, my father is rich, so it's fine. Let me help you choose. Since the exam, this little girl has become more and more naughty and cute. She is very active in front of her parents.
Now that Grandma is here, she is even happier every day. Lele, the results will be out in a couple of days.
How are you feeling? Su Yang smiled and stroked his daughter's hair, asking tenderly. Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure I'll get into the school of my choice. Wow. So confident? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. That's because my classmates and I have basically checked our answers, so it won't be much different.
Su Lele took her grandmother's arm and smiled playfully, then followed Su Yang as they prepared to leave the house. In-laws, I'll make you a turtle stew for lunch.
Remember to come back early to eat it.
Before they could leave, Su Yang's father came out of the house and called out from behind.
Ha! Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Stewed soft-shelled turtle? When did Dad become so diligent? The two of them used to be lazy as each other. After Dad moved in with them, he spent most of his time fishing, and at home he would write, paint, make tea and listen to music. He led a very leisurely life. He never cooked a meal. What's going on today? Why did he suddenly want to cook turtle stew? Okay, brother.
My mother-in-law smiled and waved her hand. It seemed that there was a hint of embarrassment in the smile.
Dad, my mother has never eaten your cooking. You have to make a few more dishes today. Don't worry, I'll show you my cooking skills today, haha. Dad, does Grandpa cook well? Su Lele looked at Su Yang curiously, with obvious anticipation in his eyes. Cough cough. It should be delicious.
Su Yang smiled sheepishly.
He had never eaten his father's cooking before. Chapter 145, Dad's Thoughts. It's so quick.
When she arrived at her mother-in-law's new home, she was shocked when she entered the door. The room was originally very simple and the furniture was old.
Now everything is new. Every piece of furniture looks very high-end.
This is a new house, and with new furniture, the whole place looks so comfortable.
It looks even better than where my daughter and son-in-law live. Mom, take a look. If you're not happy with anything, we can change it. I'm satisfied, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied.
My wife has never lived in such a big house in her life. Her eyes were slightly red as she said this.
She really didn't expect her daughter and son-in-law to treat her so well. Not only did they choose a large house, they also bought such nice furniture. Grandma, I want to live with you. That way, you'll have someone to keep you company. That's good. Grandma happily took Sulele by the hand and looked around the rooms. The furniture in the house is complete, except for some small items. I can buy everything I need at the supermarket in the morning. After a round of shopping, they had basically decided on everything they needed. Dad, I'm going to live with Grandma, so when you buy bedding, please get me a set too. Ha ha ha. No problem.
My daughter is getting more and more sensible and knows how to keep her grandma company.
Mom, let's go.
There's a supermarket nearby.
Let's go take a look.
The three of them then went to the supermarket together. After a thorough shopping spree, they had basically bought everything they needed. They also bought a lot of chicken, fish, eggs and milk. After all, there is such a big refrigerator at home, so they had to buy some. At 11 a.m., the three of them brought all the groceries home.
Honey, did Dad make something delicious? Ha ha ha.
As soon as they sat down, Lu Shui called.
Yes, honey, how did you know? Dad just called me and said he wanted me to come home for lunch.
He made turtle stew and wanted me to come home to taste his cooking.
Ah, then hurry back. This is the first time I've eaten my father's cooking.
I don't know what's gotten into him, suddenly he wants to cook for everyone.
Okay, honey, I'm on my way. I'll be home soon. How did you get on with the shopping?
I went to the supermarket this morning and bought everything, even filling up the fridge.
We just got back a little while ago. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang got up and went to the kitchen.
Lulu and her grandmother were busy washing the dishes and pots in the kitchen. After they finished, they could start cooking.
Mom, let's go home in a while. Xiaoxue will be home soon and she'll be back for dinner. Okay, I'll finish washing these dishes and then we can go. Great, Grandma, let's hurry up and finish.
I want to try the turtle that Grandpa made right now. After a while, the three of them returned home together.
At this time,
Lu Shui had already arrived home and was helping her father in the kitchen.
Honey, take this turtle. The basin is a bit heavy. Here comes the wife. Wow! Is this a dish made by Dad? It's absolutely delicious.
Su Yang had never eaten his father's cooking since he was a child.
I never would have guessed. He is a hidden talent. I don't know when he learned to cook like this. Not long after,
a whole table of dishes was set out. Here, mother-in-law, please try it first.
I haven't cooked for many years, so I'm afraid it won't be to your liking. Brother, you are too kind.
Well, I'll try it.
Thank you so much.
No, you shouldn't say that.
We're family. Come on, let's eat. Don't just stand there.
Su Yang looked at his father, suppressed a smile, and reached out to give Lu Shui a piece of shark fin.
Shui, you eat this.
You've been working so hard lately, you must eat well to replenish your energy.
And my little treasure, you eat some ribs.
He then gave Su Lele a large piece of spare ribs.
Come on, honey, you eat too. Lu Shui couldn't help laughing and also gave Su Yang a piece. Right, honey, let's eat quickly. We have to go to the property management company early in the afternoon. We have to set up the service team for the new office building as soon as possible.
Lu Shui touched Su Yang quietly and then turned her head and said,
Oh, yes, yes.
Su Yang nodded and quickly began to eat.
Well, if you have something to do, you can go ahead and eat. Don't worry, mother-in-law, come, try this. Brother, you don't have to serve me.
Oh, brother, you're too polite. Of course, of course. We haven't seen each other for so many years. What's the big deal about picking up a dish? Eat, don't be shy. Su Yang and Lu Shui really ate quickly, just like in high school, finishing in 10 minutes. Mom and Dad, we have to go now. We have a lot to do this afternoon. Okay, then you should go quickly. Dad waved his hand and couldn't help but smile. Xue is really smart. Honey, let's go to the new office first. Just so you know, we're only going to take a look. After leaving the house, Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a smile. It's only 12:30, there's no need to go to the property management company too early. Let's go. Honey, can I give you a few kisses? Just a few kisses? Just follow my orders. Good husband, let's go. Okay, honey. The two of them got into the car and said, boom. With a quick step on the accelerator, the two of them quickly headed towards the real estate agency. Honey, does Dad have any ideas? What idea? How come I don't know? Su Yang pretended to be surprised, glanced at Lu Shui, and shook his head. Why do I feel that this meal is something Dad made especially for Mom? Oh, that's only natural. After all, they haven't seen each other for so many years. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. I've never eaten my father's cooking before, but I never thought he would cook such a big table of dishes after my mother-in-law came. Puff. Honey, I always feel that Dad is a little too enthusiastic about Mom. Chapter 146, Is Dad Falling for My Mother-in-Law? After a few words, the two of them arrived at the door of the real estate agency. Honey, let's go straight up and take a look. My wife is in a hurry. After a quick glance, Yang Xiao was not in the company, and most of the employees had also gone out. So Lu Shui took Su Yang's hand and went straight to the new office upstairs. Slow down, dear. Seeing Lu Shui's hurried footsteps, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This little bitch. She's even more anxious than I am. Shoo. Lu Shui turned her head with a shy smile and made a gesture to indicate silence. Ding ding ding. Su Yang was pulled by her hand and quickly walked into the elevator. After a short while, the two of them entered the newly renovated office. Click. The office door closed. Honey, take a look at the furniture your wife chose. Looking at the generous and beautiful sofa, tables and chairs, Lu Shui was quite satisfied. Oh. It's so comfortable. Su Yang sat down on the sofa in the living room and shook it up and down. It's very springy. And the sofa is relatively wide, so even if you sleep on it horizontally, it won't feel too narrow. Honey, come sit down and experience what it's like to work together. Lu Shui and Su Yang's desks are next to each other, so they can hold hands at any time and turn their heads to kiss. When the passion is at its peak, they can go to the sofa or even to the big bed in the lounge. This chair is a good choice. It looks like the one in your office in Choo Choo. It's really comfortable. Yes, honey, I bought the same chair. It's very well made, even if two people sit on it, it won't break. As she said this, Lu Shui lifted her long legs and sat directly in Su Yang's arms. Then she reached out and grabbed his neck. Little handsome guy. Come, let me take a good look at you. She reached out with her other hand and stroked Su Yang's face. From the face, it slid down to the chin, and then traveled to the neck. The dense stubble tickled her little hand, and she felt very interesting. Boo! She kissed him without any hesitation. Skilled and agile. Passionate and domineering. After a moment, Lu Shui quickly broke free from Su Yang's embrace and patted her chest gently. It was obvious. She was deliberately restraining herself. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to go to work in the afternoon. How could she not spend the afternoon in such a good atmosphere? But the most important thing is that Auntie is here, which is really a bit of a spoiler. Although, it's not that bad, it's not that good after all. Honey, I'm going to check out the restroom. Lu Shui smiled shyly and trotted into the restroom. Although it is not as big as the master bedroom at home, it is still quite spacious. There is only a set of cabinets for storing temporary replacement clothes, so the room is still very spacious. Seeing Lu Shui's enchanting back, Su Yang couldn't help but get angry. This little bitch, she kissed and ran. How could you do that? This will make people feel uncomfortable, both physically and mentally. Su Yang followed him to the restroom. Honey, how do you like your wife's one-legged horse pose? Lu Shui smiled and took off her shoes and went onto the bed, easily doing a one-legged horse pose. Honey, we have to start exercising from now on, okay? Okay, we must exercise. Now I want to exercise my waist muscles. Then Su Yang also turned around and sat on the bed. He immediately embraced Lu Shui in his arms, without saying a word, and kissed her directly. Honey, no, I really can't this afternoon. Why, honey? Honey, it's that time of the month, and it's really annoying. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but cry out in grief. Damn it, it couldn't have come at a worse time. My dear husband, it's just a matter of a few days. It's a good thing that my wife can take care of the property company's affairs while I'm away. Lu Shui saw that Su Yang was in a bad mood, so she quickly hugged him and kept comforting him. It's okay, honey. I've been abstaining from sex for the past few days, so you just wait and see. Let's go, wife, let's go to the property company together. Su Yang looked at the time, it was already 1:30 p.m. It would be almost 2 o'clock when they got to the property management company. Okay, honey, tonight. As she said this, Lu Shui whispered a few words in Su Yang's ear. Su Yang was slightly depressed, but then he revealed a look of joy. Okay, I'll do what my wife says tonight. Oh, honey, I forgot what we just talked about when I went to the office. Just now. On the way to the property company, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh shyly. What's wrong, honey? Su Yang pinched the small hand that Lu Shui had extended to him. I said that if it wasn't for Mom coming over, our dad probably wouldn't have cooked today. Oh, ha ha ha. Su Yang suddenly remembered this incident and couldn't help laughing. This father is really something. His behavior today was really a bit unusual. And he was really too enthusiastic with my mother-in-law. What do you think, honey? Does Dad's behavior today seem a bit strange to you? Well, who knows? Maybe Dad thinks our mother has had a hard life and wants to treat her well? Su Yang thought about it and felt that what his father had done seemed quite normal. If you want to say that he was enthusiastic, then he was relatively enthusiastic. Could it be that Dad has fallen in love with my mother-in-law? Just look at Lu Shui. When her mother was young, she was definitely a beauty. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a beautiful daughter? Honey, I think Dad's eyes are a little off. He looks at Mom a lot, and he looks at her from time to time. I think Dad might be falling for Mom. Lu Shui said, and the intensity of her hand kneading increased slightly. What do you think about this, honey? If they don't mind, then they should just get together. Think about it, how great would that be? Not only would they be closer, but the two elderly people could also keep each other company. Su Yang is very open-minded about this. This kind of thing, just let it happen naturally. As long as they both agree, then he's all for it. Chapter 147, It's a beautiful idea, you two fathers marrying our mothers. Your husband thinks it's beautiful, you two fathers marry our mothers. Lu Shui said, unable to help laughing again. Yes, this is more intimate. In the future, the mother-in-law will be a real mother. You tell me. This relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is definitely the best to get along with. Lu Shui smiled and was silent for a moment, then turned her head to look at Su Yang. Let's observe this matter for a while. If Dad really has this in mind, he will definitely take action. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Mom has been alone for so many years, and I actually want someone to accompany her in her twilight years. What do you think, honey? Okay, honey, no problem. Let's just observe and see. After all, we both have no objections. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Not long after, Su Yang and Lu Shui arrived at the property management company. The first thing they did when they arrived at the company was for Lu Shui, as the general manager, to sign an announcement of a pay rise for all employees. All wages were increased by 50% on top of the original base salary. After communicating with the personnel department yesterday, she found that the salary standards of the property company were lower than those of other companies. This led to a high turnover rate and low work motivation. Soon, the announcement spread among the employees immediately,
including the property management staff in the neighborhood.
After the salary adjustment announcement was released, Lu Shui issued another announcement to form a new project team. A small but dedicated team is planned for the property services in the new office area. From property managers to security guards and cleaners, a series of recruitment plans were announced.
And the wages are quite attractive.
Employees within the company who want to go can also apply. In the afternoon, Lu Shui posted a series of announcements and plans. It was like a bombshell, and all the employees were excited. This gave everyone hope for a promotion and a pay rise. As long as you work hard, you have the opportunity to earn more money and the opportunity to advance your position. Now it is only a small property company, and it only manages 5 small communities.
But Lu Shui's ambitions are not small. She has not set an upper limit on the development of the property company. As long as there is an opportunity, she will take over more communities.
And Jiang Wei also said that as long as the quality of service of this property company really goes up, in the future, the new buildings she is responsible for can all be considered for cooperation.
In fact, the new office building is the best example. As long as this is done well, more cooperation projects will naturally follow.
Of course, Lu Shui's main task is to make plans and arrangements, and the specific work must be carried out by Director Wang.
Everyone secretly admires her new general manager's courage.
The happiest thing is a 50% pay rise. Director Wang, from now on, you will report on your work once a day, especially on the formation of the new project team, which must be set up as soon as possible. As for the property manager for this project team, once you have a suitable candidate, please let me know.
Okay, Ms. Lu, I will do it as soon as possible.
Before leaving work, Lu Shui had a little chat with Director Wang.
Honey, let's go home. Ding-ling-ling.
As soon as Lu Shui had finished, her phone rang. It was her daughter, Su Lele, calling.
What's wrong, sweetheart? Mom, have you and Dad finished work? I'm all alone at home. I'm so bored. Huh? Is your grandma not home? And your grandpa hasn't come back? Either? Lu Shui couldn't help but be a little surprised.
After all, the child's grandmother should be there. Mom, they went out for a walk and said they were going to buy some food, but they haven't come back yet.
Well, you wait at home for a while.
Mom and Dad are leaving now, and will be home soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui couldn't help but glance at Su Yang, then smiled slightly.
It seems that Dad has really taken action. Continue to observe later. Let's go, honey. It's getting late, and Lulu is home alone. The results will be out tomorrow, and I think the girl should be nervous. Hurry back.
Su Yang couldn't help but stroke Lu Shui's face, feeling a little bit of pain. Not only is she having her period, but she's also busy as hell this afternoon.
It's really hard.
Although he also helped out a little, it was much easier than for Lu Shui. If he hadn't handed her the water cup so many times, she would have forgotten to drink.
It's okay, honey. It'll be sorted out soon. Once the new project team is set up and they move into the office building, it'll be almost ready. Well, let's go, wife.
Su Yang stood up, took Lu Shui's hand, and left the property management company. He had been busy at Xiao Chuchu's place in the morning and at the property management company in the afternoon, so there really wasn't any time to rest. Even if they didn't have to go to the gynecologist, it was impossible for the two of them to have a deep conversation at noon in the office upstairs in the agency.
Baby, your grandpa and grandma haven't come back yet?
When Su Yang and Lu Shui returned home, Su Lele was still watching TV.
Well, no, they've been out for 2 to 3 hours. Oh, I'll call your grandma.
Lu Shui said, and took out her cell phone to call her mother.
Hello? Mom, did you go out to buy groceries?
We bought the groceries a long time ago.
We're cooking now, and it'll be ready soon. Are you all back? Hurry up and come over for dinner. Oh.
Su Yang almost laughed out loud, quickly covering her mouth with her hand.
Lele, honey, let's go to her grandma's house for dinner. She and Dad are cooking over there and it'll be ready soon. Oh, I see. Let's go, sweetheart. Su Yang smiled and waved to her daughter. Dad's speed. He really is something. He went out to buy some groceries and then they went to cook together. It's interesting. Soon, the family of 3 left home and headed for Building 41. Lele, honey, the results will be out tomorrow. Are you nervous? Su Yang stroked her daughter's hair and asked tenderly. Well, I'm still a little nervous, but I don't think I'll do badly. I just don't know how well I'll do. It's okay, honey. Daddy believes in you. When the results come out, no matter how many you get, Daddy can give you a gift. What do you want? Hey, Dad, I want a new cell phone. It's a small thing, no problem. Su Yang patted his daughter on the shoulder and agreed without hesitation. She's going to high school soon, so buying a new phone is a piece of cake. Chapter 148, Dad's Action. The three of them arrived at Building 41. After entering the house, the two elderly people had almost finished preparing dinner. Dad, Mom, why are you cooking here today? After entering the house, Lu Shui immediately went to the kitchen to help. Oh, Shui is back. Your mother said that she just moved into a new home and wanted to cook a meal to warm up the house. I was free, so I came over to help your mother. It doesn't matter where I cook, since we live so close to each other. Dad was all smiles, wearing an apron and looking like a real chef. Brother, you're not here to help, you're basically doing all the cooking. I'm just helping you out. Lu Shui's mother was a little embarrassed and flicked her hair, then turned to look at her daughter. Shui, bring this bowl of soup over. Your father-in-law really knows how to cook. Good, Mom. Lu Shui looked at her mother's expression with a smile, then looked at her father's happy and busy appearance, feeling that the two of them must have something interesting. Mom's happy expression even had a hint of shyness on her face. It's been many years since she's been this happy. Alright, it's all done, everyone wash your hands and eat. Xiaoxue, are Su Yang and Lulu here? They're all here. Dad, I'll take the soup over first. Honey, Lulu, wash your hands and come eat. Lu Shui smiled and carried the last pot of soup out. Big sister, you eat. Why are you eating so little? Have some more fish. Brother, I'm full. I ate too much tonight and it's not easy to digest. It's okay, I'll take you to the square to dance a bit, and you'll be full soon. Big sister, look at you now, you're too skinny. It's okay, I'm not skinny anymore. Seeing Su Yang's father's passionate eyes, the old lady's face seemed to turn a little red. Mom, you should eat more. You are really a bit too thin. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly interjected. Yes, Dad, after dinner, you can take my mom out for a walk and dance to the square dance, it's good for the body. Su Yang smiled and quickly added, yes, Dad. After dinner, you can take my mother out for a walk and do some square dancing. Grandma, I'm going to go for a walk with you later. Lele, shall we go with your father to choose a new cell phone? As soon as she heard that her daughter was going to be a third wheel, Su Yang immediately stopped. Horror. Children don't understand anything, and they really don't understand the situation. Great, Dad. I want a Huawei phone. Okay, sweetheart, buy whichever one you like. My daughter is going to high school soon, and she needs a good phone. When you get into college, I'll buy you a car. Honey, don't spoil your daughter like this. Lu Shui took it and stroked her daughter's hair. Her eyes were filled with happiness. Since Su Yang's sudden change, the relationship between father and daughter has also become better and better. The current situation is exactly the same as the scene in her dream. Her husband loves her and cares about their daughter, the three of them are so happy. Shui, it's okay. Our daughter has grown up and is now a young lady. Yes, Dad is right. Hey. Before long, Su Yang's father and mother-in-law finished eating. Big sister, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. You'll get lost if you're alone. Then, let's go. You guys continue eating, we're going for a walk. Su Yang's father waved his hand and went downstairs with the old lady. After the three of them finished eating, Lu Shui quickly got up to clean up. Su Yang took his daughter to start choosing a cell phone. He didn't care about the money, as long as his daughter liked it, he would buy it. After Lu Shui finished cleaning up, Su Lulu had already chosen a phone and placed an order. The three of them didn't stay long and soon went back. Early the next morning. Click. Su Yang and Lu Shui were awakened by the sound of the door closing, and it sounded like someone had left the house. Honey, is that our father leaving? Well, that must be it. Our Lulu would never get up so early. Then he must be looking for our mother. Lu Shui said,
turning her head and kissing Su Yang.
Oh, honey, why don't you take your daughter to the agency this morning?
She's getting her results this morning, so you can go with her.
When the results come out, send them to me at any time. You've worked hard, honey.
Su Yang hugged Lu Shui a little tenderly.
Honey, hold me a little tighter.
As she spoke in a slightly dreamy voice, Su Yang's strength in holding her grew stronger and stronger.
Honey, you're so good. I'll make up for it in a few days. I've been neglecting you lately. I'm sorry, honey. My little silly girl, wait a few days, and see how I'll reward you. Okay, I'll take my daughter to the office today.
Don't worry, our daughter will definitely get good grades. After a long time of intimacy, Su Yang and Lu Shui got up quickly.
Click.
The two of them were just tidying up when the door opened. Su Yang's father and mother-in-law had returned from outside, and were carrying breakfast they had bought.
Su Yang, Xiaoshui, you don't have to make breakfast, we bought it for you, eat it while it's hot. Mom, you and Dad have already eaten? Su Yang was taken aback by this news. Well, we've already eaten. You guys eat, we're going to the park. After delivering the breakfast, they didn't stop and went out together again. Ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's interesting. The two of them are getting more and more obvious. They go for a walk together in the evening, buy breakfast together in the morning, and now they're going to the park together. It won't be long before Dad asks him about it. Honey, I'm going to eat first. It's getting late.
After finishing cleaning up, Lu Shui kissed Su Yang shyly and quickly went to eat. The main reason was that the two of them had been cuddling for a long time in the morning, which caused them to get up a little late. Honey, wake up Lulu for me in a bit, and send me the exam results as soon as you get them. I'm so nervous right now. Okay, silly girl, are you sure you're not just excited? Su Yang said, reaching out and pinching Lu Shui's little, tender face. Chapter 149, This little girl, why did she thank me for no reason? After eating breakfast, Lu Shui hurried to work. In the morning, she had to go to Xiao Chuchu's place, and in the afternoon, she continued to rush to the property company. At 8 o'clock, Su Lele also got up. Hurry up, sweetheart. After breakfast, go to the office with your father and check your grades together. Okay, Dad, can my new phone be delivered this morning? Su Lele didn't seem nervous at all, and her first concern was her new phone. She was eating while smiling at Su Yang. She had always wanted a cell phone in junior high school, but her parents wouldn't allow it. Now that the exam is over, she can finally get the cell phone she's always wanted. Of course, it will definitely be delivered before noon. It will be delivered from the city, so it will be very fast. Su Yang nodded with a smile, and seeing his daughter so happy, he was also extremely happy. When Su Yang and his daughter arrived at the upstairs office, it was already 8:30. At this time, the results are already available. I'll do it. Su Lele was excited and nervous, and sat directly on Lu Shui's office chair and turned on the computer. It's okay, sweetheart. Don't be nervous. Su Yang sat next to her, smiling, and stroked her daughter's hair. He had been like an outsider to his daughter for so many years. Or rather, he has never been involved in raising his daughter. Now that his daughter is almost grown up, she has established a good relationship with her father, who was born again halfway through her life. It's quite a happy thought. Dad, look. Su Yang was thinking in a muddle when Su Lula turned the display screen around. 656 points? In an instant, Su Yang was stunned. Ding dong. While Su Yang was in a daze, his phone rang. This is what brought him back to his senses. It turned out to be the phone call from Lu Shui's wife. Needless to say, she must be asking about her daughter's grades. Hello. Dear, have the results for Lele come out yet? How many points did she get? As soon as the call was connected, a slightly nervous voice came from Lu Shui. Baby, you tell him. Su Yang smiled and rubbed his daughter's hair. Hey. The little girl couldn't help but laugh before she could even finish her sentence. Mom, guess what? Ha ha ha. Let me guess. Hearing her daughter and Su Yang laughing, Lu Shui knew that her daughter's grades this time were definitely very good. I guess 625, right, honey? No, guess again. 640?
No way.
This score is good enough to get into the best elite class, and we don't even have to pay tuition.
Lu Shui couldn't help but be surprised. Her daughter's progress was too great. If it really is that much, then it's a miracle. Haha, almost 656 points. 656? Ha ha ha. Honey, is what Lele said true? Yes, our daughter is so good. When has she ever lied to anyone? I checked the information again and it was indeed correct. That's great, honey. Su Lele's middle school entrance exam results were indeed good, which made the whole family very happy. Dad, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Su Lele's eyes seemed to turn a little red.
While playing on the computer, she pretended to be natural and said thank you to Su Yang.
What's wrong, honey? Why are you thanking your father?
Su Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised, and turned his head to look at Su Lulu in surprise.
Why is this little girl thanking me for no reason? Hey! I'm just so happy.
In the last 2 months, seeing how good you've been to Mom, I've been studying really hard, and that's why I've done so well in school. Su Lele said, unable to help but rub her eyes. The crazy efforts made in the run-up to graduation have finally paid off with a gratifying result. And all of this was due to the fact that her father had suddenly changed. She has slowly changed from hating him to now genuinely liking him. She had always hoped to have a good father since she was little.
Now, all of this has finally come true.
When the results of the middle school entrance exam came out, she suddenly couldn't hold back her happiness and wanted to cry.
Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. It's okay, sweetheart. It's all my fault. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll love you both for the rest of your lives. Seeing his daughter's tears, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. This daughter is really like Lu Shui. They are both very patient people. Dad. After hearing Su Yang's words, Su Lele couldn't hold back any longer, turned around and hugged his shoulders, crying.
Seeing his daughter crying, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart.
I'm the father. I was really a beast. Okay, sweetheart, don't cry.
Su Yang patted his daughter on the back and comforted her gently.
Dad, do you know?
Ever since I was little, I've dreamed that you would stop hitting Mom and play with me more often.
But for all those years, you never did.
But now Dad has become a really good person, and I really like him now. All my childhood dreams have come true.
Do you know, Dad?
Because of your change, Mom cried several times before, and now she is so happy every day.
Su Lele hugged her father's shoulder and cried until she calmed down.
Then she whispered a lot of heartfelt words to Su Yang.
The daughter stopped crying, but Su Yang couldn't help but shed many tears.
From his daughter's perspective, Su Yang once again deeply felt the love that Lu Shui had for him. He deeply realized the deep sorrow and helplessness of his wife and daughter in the past.
Ding-ling-ling. Su Yang's phone rang.
Mr. Su Yang, your delivery has been delivered to the door of Yang Shui's agency.
Please come out and pick it up. Okay, just a moment, I'll be right there.
Honey, your new phone has arrived.
It's downstairs. Dad, I'll go get it. I'll go get it.
As soon as she heard that the phone had arrived, Su Lele stood up in an instant and a happy smile quickly appeared on her face.
She ran out like a rabbit.
This girl.
Su Yang couldn't help rubbing his red eyes and couldn't help laughing.
Having such a good and obedient daughter is really a joy.
Chapter 150, Little Silly Girl, Don't Listen to Your Brother? It was just after 11 a.m. when Lu Shui drove to the office upstairs in the agency building. Baby, come here, let mommy take a look.
As soon as she entered the door, Lu Shui immediately hugged her daughter. Her eyes were red with happiness.
Now you don't have to worry. Our Lilu must have made the honor roll.
Even if she has to go to an advanced class, she'll be fine.
Su Yang came over and put his arms around them both. Ding dong.
At this moment, Su Yang's phone rang.
It was Dad calling. Hello? Dad.
Yan Yang, come over to Xiaoshua's mom's place for lunch.
Yes, okay. Dad, you're going to cook with my mom again? Su Yang smiled and winked at Lu Shui.
Yes, that. Yan Yang, when you come back, I want to talk to you too about something.
Oh, okay. Dad, we'll be right back.
It's okay, don't worry, you guys go ahead and do your thing, we'll talk about it over lunch.
Okay, Dad, I understand. Soon, Su Yang ended the call with his father. What's wrong, honey? Did Dad call?
Lu Shui happily rubbed her red eyes and let go of her daughter.
Our parents are making lunch in Building 41. Let's go back for dinner later. Dad said he has something to tell us.
Oh?
What did he say?
Lu Shui couldn't help but be taken aback, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes.
Mom and Dad, I'm going back first. I'm going to help Grandma cook.
Su Lele heard Grandpa and Grandma cooking in Building 41, so she couldn't sit still and stood up to leave. After all, she had done well in the exam, and she wanted to make her grandparents happy too.
Okay, go back, sweetheart. Watch out for cars on the way.
After all, the agency is only a few hundred meters from the community, so you can walk back.
Bye, Mom and Dad, hee hee. Su Lele waved happily with her new cell phone in hand, then slipped out of the office. Click.
The office door closed.
Lu Shui smiled at Su Yang and reached out to grab his arm. Good husband, come in with me. My wife wants to have an in-depth discussion with you. With that, Su Yang was led by Lu Shui into the lounge inside. Slow down, honey. Following behind Lu Shui, Su Yang was inexplicably excited. This little bitch, is she going to do something fun again?
As the door to the restroom closed, Lu Shui turned around and hugged Su Yang's waist, then hooked her neck and kissed him.
This little bitch, now that she's menstruating, is even more excited? Okay.
Just let her be, I just need to cooperate with her. Honey, when I was online this morning, I accidentally came across a special website, and couldn't help but look at it for a while. Lu Shui buried her head in Su Yang's arms and her face turned red.
Su Yang couldn't help but smile. This wife is really something. I've seen hundreds of movies like this before, but why am I still watching it now?
Recently, because of the children's exams, followed by the children's grandmother coming over, and now with the auntie by their side, the two of them's little lives have really been affected.
Little silly girl, your husband forced you to watch so many dance lessons, haven't you seen enough? When Su Yang thought about the past, she couldn't help but feel a little sad.
He reached out and stroked her hair, gently caressing it. Then he bent down and picked her up, sitting her down on the edge of the bed. He reached out and helped her take off her shoes.
Husband.
Lu Shui pursed her lips and looked at Su Yang tenderly, her eyes full of indescribable love and expectation. My husband also said that it was something you forced me to watch in the past. At that time, although there was also some happy feeling, it was far less than now.
Now I just look at my husband and feel happy no matter what I do.
As she spoke, Lu Shui reached out and took off her jacket, folding it and putting it aside.
Honey, let me take a good look at your back.
Looking at Lu Shui's enchanting figure, Su Yang turned around and climbed into bed, then embraced her in his arms.
Honey, don't look anymore, it's much better now.
Lu Shui hesitated for a moment, then threw herself into Su Yang's arms and held him tightly around the waist.
Little silly girl, don't you listen to your brother? Okay, honey.
After listening to Su Yang, Lu Shui knew that her husband really wanted to see it, so she got up and turned around. She took off her shirt, revealing her back, which was still heartbreaking.
Hey!
Su Yang reached out and touched the scars on her back, and her heart ached again. If it weren't for these scars, her back would be the most perfect in the world.
White and smooth.
Although Lu Shui has been using scar removal cream, it is impossible to completely restore the skin to its original condition.
It's just a little better than before. My dear wife. If I were given a second chance, I would have made you my wife from the very beginning. Then I will love you well, and never let you suffer again. Su Yang said, reaching out and holding Lu Shui in his arms.
She turned around and snuggled into his arms.
Really, honey?
I remember when I first started college, when I first saw you, I knew what love at first sight was. But my husband kept me waiting for 4 years.
Of course it's true. Su Yang smiled gently and looked carefully at the beauty in his arms.
Now at the age of 35, her figure is still so good.
The shape is still perfect.
There are no stretch marks on her stomach. If there were no scars on her back, then she would really be perfect.
Honey, when Auntie is gone, let's have a baby. You love me so much, I want to give you another child. But you're so busy at work now, why don't we quit our jobs at Choo-Choo's? Su Yang stroked Lu Shue's back and said tenderly. It's okay, honey. You can quit your job when you're pregnant. The property management company will be ready in a few days. I'm going to interview a property manager this afternoon. They said the HR department found someone from another property management company. Once the new project is set up, my wife won't be so busy. Chapter 151, they're with us now, so we have to take good care of them, you know? Okay, after the new project is set up, I will fully play the role of a personal assistant. I will help you keep an eye on the details. Seeing you work so hard really makes me feel sorry for you. As he said, Su Yang hugged Lu Shui tightly. It's okay, honey. Oh, by the way, honey, Dad just called to say he has something to discuss with us. Do you think he wants to talk about Mom? Well, probably, but is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Su Yang couldn't help but smile. This father-in-law is really something. Your mother-in-law has only been here for a few days, and you're already so anxious? Now, except for sleeping together, from getting up in the morning until going to bed at night, the two of them are basically inseparable during the day. And it seems that mother-in-law is also very happy. What's the big deal? Honey, I actually think Dad did a great job. If you really like someone, you have to act fast. Hey. Honey, do you know what? I actually regret not telling you how I feel about you earlier in college. If I had confessed earlier, you would have been mine long ago. Lu Shui had a different idea from Su Yang. Since the two of them have fallen for each other, who cares how long they've known each other? You can't miss this opportunity again. Besides, they are both getting older, so it would be better to get together sooner rather than later, wouldn't it? Yes, my wife is absolutely right. If my wife had confessed to me earlier, I would have fallen for you long ago. I'll do whatever my wife tells me to do. Su Yang nodded and expressed his strong agreement with Lu Shue's words. Good husband, that's more like it. Come on, husband, I order you to help me get dressed. Lu Shui picked up her phone and looked at the time. I guess Dad will call again soon to ask me to eat. Okay, honey, I got it. This is interesting. It's the first time I've helped my wife get dressed. I'm not very skilled at putting on small pieces of clothing. I've practiced unbuttoning before, but never helping her to dress. It only takes one hand to undo it, but it takes both hands to put it on, and it's a bit of a hassle. After a while, Su Yang finally helped Lu Shui get dressed. My husband is so good. Here's a kiss for you, she said, and then gave him a kiss. Let's go, honey. This afternoon, we'll go to the property management company with my wife to interview for the property manager position. Well. With that, the two happily left the office holding hands. They were ready to go home for dinner. Lu Shui and her interview was scheduled for 3 p.m. After dinner, there was still some time left. Yang, Xiaoxue, do you have time? Dad wants to talk to you about something. Dad looked at Su Yang and Lu Shui, and his expression was slightly unnatural. His mother was looking down with a flushed face. After finishing the meal, Su Lele ran to her room to play with her phone, and was not present at the scene. Okay, Dad, let's go. Su Yang took Lu Shui's shoulders and followed his father into the study. The mother-in-law was waiting outside. She seemed very embarrassed and didn't dare to follow. You two sit. It's like this. After Su Yang and Lu Shui sat down, Dad scratched his head and said something awkward. I want to move here. Do you think it's okay? I just think this house is quite big. If I move here, I can help her. Besides, she lives alone and is quite lonely. After he finished, he looked at his son Su Yang, then at Lu Shui. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. He believed that his son and daughter-in-law would understand what he was thinking. But he still needed to ask them for their opinions before he could truly feel at ease. It's fine, Dad. Neither Su Yang nor Lu Shui has any objections. It's just my mother. What does she think? As long as she agrees, it's fine. Su Yang and Lu Shui had already guessed what their father was going to say, so they were not surprised in the slightest. Dad, my mother has been lonely for so many years, and now that you are with her, my wife is very happy. My mother is a very kind and honest person. I just hope that Dad will treat her well. Lu Shui said it very directly,
and made it clear what her father meant.
The size of the house is just an excuse. You just like the old lady. If you like her and want to be together, then just live together and be happy. Don't worry, Xiao Xue. Dad is here to give you his word. I will be good to your mother and never let her suffer. When Dad heard his daughter-in-law's words, he couldn't help but light up. He had just said something a little bit evasive, but he didn't expect his daughter-in-law to suddenly make sense of it for him. And she was very sincere and supportive. This made Dad very excited for a moment. Well, I believe in my father, Lu Shui said, unconsciously holding Su Yang's hand. He was an unqualified husband before, but in the end he became the man of her dreams. Dad was confused when he was young, but I believe he will be good to Mom now. Maybe he can love his wife as much as Su Yang does. Good. That's great. I'll tell your mother right away. Dad was so happy that he couldn't sit still, and he got up to pull the old lady in. Dad, please wait a moment. I'll go and talk to Mom. Lu Shui smiled and waved her hand, then got up and left. Dad, you're fast. You've won over my mother-in-law in just a few days? Su Yang couldn't help but smile, looking at his father, who was full of excitement. Oh, you don't know. It hasn't been easy for her all these years. When she came to our family, I had to take care of her. Dad couldn't help laughing as he spoke. After all, this reason is good enough to fool a child, but it's really too funny to fool Su Yang. I saw a photo of my mother when she was young in Xiaoshue's hometown. I went, she was so beautiful, just as beautiful as Xiaoshue. What kind of look is that? Your mom is still very beautiful, okay? Although she is almost 60 years old, look at her figure, it's so good. Even her face has few wrinkles. Yang, you have to take good care of your mother, okay? They're with us, so we have to take good care of them, okay? Ahem. Listening to his father, Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head. Of course, it goes without saying that we must love them. But his expression. Why does he look like a young man who has just fallen in love? Chapter 152, When we find a good day, I'll take her to get the certificate. Right, Dad, you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate, that would be better. Of course, I've already thought about it. We need to get married, so I'll take her to get married on a good day. Dad nodded, his eyes full of excitement. Now that his son and daughter-in-law had agreed, he was naturally overjoyed. After a short chat, Lu Shui came back. Dad, I've talked to my mom, she has no objection, you can move in any time. But there's one thing, Dad, you have to take my mom to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate as soon as possible. Okay, don't worry. Xiaoshue, I've already thought about this. I was just talking about it with Yang. Then Dad told Lu Shui about his idea again. Yes, I believe you, Dad. Lu Shui nodded seriously and then looked at the time. Honey, we have to hurry to the property management company. It's getting late. Okay, let's go. The two of them stood up and drove away from home. The afternoon interview went very well, and Lu Shui decided on the property manager on the spot, and she could start work a week later. This is a woman in her 40s with nearly 10 years of experience, which is quite good. For a manager, Lu Shui offered a relatively high salary. Even among her peers in Jiangchang, her salary is rarely higher. As long as the work is done well, it is completely worthwhile to pay more. With the property manager, the project team is almost half done. By the time the interview was over, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Honey, it looks like Dad will be staying at Mom's place today. In Lu Shui's office, she and Su Yang were the only two people left. She was drinking the tea that Su Yang had brought her and she felt very happy. Go ahead, since both of the elderly have agreed, then live together, anyway they will soon get their marriage certificate. Lu Shui said, and moved her chair next to Su Yang, putting her arm around his shoulder. Honey, give me a hug. Boo! Su Yang smiled and hugged his wife in his arms, then kissed her. There's not even a lounge here. He looked around and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Otherwise, it would be so relaxing to lie in bed and hold his wife. Even if my aunt is not beautiful, I can still hold my own Jade in my arms. Honey, why don't we go back? I still want to go to the office upstairs in our building, so you can hold me and rest for a while. You know what, honey? I find it especially relaxing there,
and I don't have to worry about being disturbed, so I'm really happy. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms, and a blush appeared on her face involuntarily.
Good wife, let's go, let's go. Such a nice place, we must learn to make the most of it. Since Lu Shui has brought it up, we must satisfy her. There is nothing else planned for the afternoon. The two of them just left. The car drove back slowly. Ding dong dong. Su Yang's phone rang.
It was Yang Xia calling.
Hello? Yang Xia, speak.
Brother, we have received a lot of houses recently, and I want to recruit another manager to form a project team that specializes in managing a piece of real estate.
That's fine, sister. No problem. You can decide on this. Now the agency is on the right track, and Yang Xia doesn't ask too many questions.
It's mainly because she is really capable and trustworthy.
Brother, I've recruited someone from another company. I want you to take a look and interview him. Now. Your sister and I are on our way back.
Su Yang had only asked casually, and had not thought that he would be interviewing her right away. Great, brother, this person just came over. I'll talk to her first, and you and your sister can come over and talk to her later.
Okay, no problem. Since you want to let him see it, let's see it. He still attaches great importance to personnel at the level of recruitment manager.
After hanging up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator.
When the two returned to the agency, Yang Xia was chatting with the candidate.
Su Yang and Lu Shui greeted her and sat down next to her. The candidate was a 27 to 28-year-old girl who was very calm and composed in the face of the three interviewers and spoke very well. The hour passed by as they sat together chatting.
Okay, I have no objection. Su Yang nodded with a smile, looked at Yang Xia, and then at Lu Shui. He was very satisfied with the candidate. I have no objection either.
Yang Xia, you can make the arrangements.
Okay. Yang Xia nodded. She was also very satisfied with the candidate. So they quickly made an appointment for the follow-up induction. Brother, sister, we've been busy lately and haven't had a chance to talk. After the candidate left, Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go, sister. I have some good news at home. Come back with us for dinner.
Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and smiled and said to Yang Xia.
Something good?
Yang Xia couldn't help but be surprised, and her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Then she unconsciously looked at Lu Shui's belly.
Sister, are you pregnant? No, I'm not pregnant, it's something else.
Yang Shui couldn't help but smile shyly and reached out to touch her own belly. She really hoped to get pregnant soon.
It was my father-in-law and my mother. They decided to get together. Wow! That's great!
Lu Shui's mother came over here, and Yang Xia knew very well. But she was not expecting the two elderly people to get married.
My sister is leaving. Come back for dinner with us tonight.
Lu Shui smiled gently and patted Yang Xia on the shoulder.
Good, sister, it's been a while since I've had dinner at your place. Your parents must be good cooks, so I'm going to have to try their food. I'll pack up and we'll leave right away. Ding dong. While they were chatting, Su Yang's phone rang.
It turned out to be Dad calling them to dinner.
Well, the family meal is ready, and there is a big table. Let's go.
Su Yang got up, waved his hand, and reached out to pull Lu Shui up.
Soon, the three of them took Su Yang's car and headed home together. Chapter 153, This little bitch goes crazy when she drinks.
When they got home, they realized that their father had actually moved in.
And he moved into a room. Because of Yang Xia's arrival, this iconic family dinner became even more lively.
Dad and Mom also put on their new clothes, and their faces were filled with joy that they hadn't seen in years. The food was delicious and the wine was good.
Everyone was very happy. Mom, I want to stay here tonight. After dinner, when Sulula saw that his parents were going home, he quickly grabbed his mother's arm. Be a good girl and go home with your mother.
Lu Shui smiled and grabbed her daughter's hand.
This little girl, how can she be so inconsiderate? It's fine, let Lulu stay here. Lulu is a good girl, she helped a lot with the cooking today.
The child's grandmother smiled and waved her hand.
Okay, then, Lele, you must listen to your grandma and grandpa, okay? Yes, I know. Mom, hey. I also know that grandma is also my grandma. You're so silly, you think you know everything. Su Yang and Lu Shui took Yang Xia back home together. After all, everyone had been drinking, so Yang Xia didn't go back. After all, there is a place to live here, so there is no need to go back and forth. Sister, you can wear this pajamas, it suits your figure. After returning home, Lu Shui arranged Yang Xia in her daughter Su Loli's room. Sister, I've noticed that your complexion is really getting better and better. Look at your face, it's like that of an 18-year-old girl. Yang Xia smiled and pinched her cheeks, her eyes full of envy. Really? Of course. Actually, my sister's face is very tender, white and tender, so pretty. Lu Shui stroked her own face and felt very happy. In fact, she knew very well that since Su Yang had suddenly changed, her complexion had really been getting better and better. Her skin has become more tender and smooth. In fact, my sister can also find a good man who loves her. After my sister has the nourishment of a man, her complexion will definitely be much better than it is now. Lu Shui said, unable to help laughing. I don't have my sister's good luck. Forget it, I'd better stay with my mother and live a good life. Yang Xia shook her head and smiled, not taking her sister's advice too seriously. The suffering she had endured in the past had made her afraid to think that any good man would fall in love with her. By the way, sister, after these few days of work, I'm going back to my hometown to bring my mother here. No problem, sister. Why don't you ask your brother to go with you? I'm worried that it's too hard for you to do it alone. No, I'm fine on my own. I'm too embarrassed to let my brother come with me. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly. It takes 2 to 3 days to go back and forth, and it's really embarrassing to be alone with my brother. It's okay, sister. When the time comes, if your brother isn't busy, I'll let him go with you. Lu Shui was still very relieved about Su Yang. And they are all best friends, so if there is anything, they will definitely help. Thank you, sister. We'll talk about it then. Yang Xia nodded shyly, and didn't really refuse. After tidying up and washing up, Su Yang leaned against the bed and looked at Lu Shui with interest. This little bitch has even put on her most beautiful nightgown. The silhouette is very seductive. Come on, honey, lie down. I'm going to give you a full body massage. Lu Shui said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Su Yang and wiggling her white, tender fingers. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui's flirtatious appearance and couldn't help but get excited. This little girl goes crazy when she drinks. But her crazy appearance is really interesting. If Lu Shui's behavior is considered to be active during normal times, now, it's a bit like a female hooligan. In fact, the two of them didn't drink much at all, just a little bit of red wine. After all, they were thinking about having children in the future, so they only drank a little bit as a symbol. But the wine doesn't make you drunk, it makes you drunk with yourself. Lu Shui took advantage of the situation and was now drunk with happiness. My wife is about to start. Lu Shui said, leaning forward and kissing Su Yang on the lips. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't this little bitch want a massage? Why is she kissing me now? Is this a massage? Is this the legendary oral massage? Boo! Lu Shui leaned over Su Yang's chest and stared at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of the aggressive gaze of a female wolf. Little handsome guy, you won't be able to escape from my clutches today. No matter how much you scream, no one will hear you. She then pinched Su Yang's face again. Honey, where's the massage? Aren't you going to give me a full body massage? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. My wife is so playful. Yes, I'm giving you a massage, aren't I? How could I not know? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He didn't understand what Lu Shui was talking about for a moment. Little handsome guy is a bit stupid. Sister, this is a spiritual massage for you. Do you understand? How about it, sister, are you happy and excited? Yes, very excited. Of course. After hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Yang suddenly realized what was going on. This little bitch is playing with my heart. And then it's called a spiritual massage? Wow. This is really a bit creative. Then, shall I call Yang Xia to come over and give you a special health massage? But Lu Shui said, unable to help laughing. No, no. If you keep saying that, I won't be able to sleep tonight.
Su Yang reached out and grabbed Lu Shue's neck, holding her in his arms. Yang Xia's massage techniques are very skilled, and it might be even more comfortable.
But it's not funny to think about it. It's just that I'm not comfortable with my wife there. Now that the aunt is not in a good mood, the two of them can't do anything important. But Lu Shue's mind was wide open, and she had a great time. For a while, the two of them filled the room with laughter. The next morning, after Su Yang and Lu Shui had finished getting ready, Yang Xia rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of Su Leilei's room. When she saw the two of them, she couldn't help but show a look of shame and anger on her face. Chapter 154, Lu Shui is going on a business trip, and Su Yang is very lonely. The days passed by one. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The new project team of the property company was successfully established. Under the leadership of the property manager, they moved into the new office building and began to provide regular property services. Yang Xia's intermediary project team was also successfully established. The overall progress has been very smooth. At 11 o'clock that day, Su Yang was in the upstairs office with his daughter when Lu Shui called. "Honey, I have to go on a business trip with my sister Chu Chu for 2 or 3 days. We'll leave right after lunch, so my wife won't be home for lunch today." "What?" Su Yang was taken aback and his heart sank slightly. Since his rebirth, he had never been separated from his wife. Now it's the honeymoon period. Especially last night, in the office lounge, the two of them finally completely opened up the two main meridians. Finally, they had a good time together under the right circumstances. Both the variety and the decibel level were absolutely unprecedented. "I thought we would continue tonight, but my wife suddenly said she had to go on a business trip. My dear husband, I don't want to go either, but I have to lead the team to check the accounts, so I can't not go." Su Yang listened to the sweet and gentle voice of Lu Shui. On the phone, quickly got up and went to the restroom inside, and closed the door. It's better not to let children hear the tender words between husband and wife. "Honey, I'm sitting on the big bed in the lounge right now. I can still smell your scent," Su Yang said tenderly, feeling extremely reluctant. "Although it's only a few days, I'll have to suffer alone at night for a few days. Honey, you must exercise more in the future, okay? You mustn't slack off when I'm on a business trip. This is an order from your wife, okay? When I get back, I'll be checking up on you." "Yes, I know. Honey, if I hadn't been so tired yesterday, I would have definitely gone for a run this morning." Su Yang smiled sheepishly, and the erotic scene from last night flashed through his mind. "But my body is really not strong enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so tired and sore. It seems that I really need to step up my training in the future. Otherwise, his physical fitness really doesn't feel like it's enough. At this age, a wife is at her best, so his body must be strong. In the future, he will not only run, but also practice push-ups, sit-ups, horizontal bars, etc. He must practice all of these, understand, husband?" "Yes, I know, honey. I will definitely exercise more in the future. This is something that only those who use it know. No wonder my wife keeps urging him to exercise more. My husband is so good. When my wife comes back, she will reward you like last night. Oh, don't let Lila play with the phone all the time. It's time to start preparing for high school. Don't worry, honey. Our daughter has already made her own plans." The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Smelling the lingering fragrance of Lu Shui in the restroom, he suddenly felt a little empty. He opened the cabinet next to him and found the clothes that Lu Shui had worn the night before. It seemed that the clothes still retained the happiness of the night before. In a trance, the images of last night came back to him, and his mind was also in a trance. "Hey." After a moment of reminiscing, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in private. "Wait a few days patiently and exercise more." Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang was about to leave the room when the door was knocked on. "What's wrong, honey?" When he opened the door, it turned out to be his daughter knocking. "Dad, Grandma is calling for dinner. Shall we go back to eat?" "Okay, let's go, sweetheart." Su Yang nodded and left the office with her daughter. When they reached the door of the agency, they happened to bump into Yang Xia. "Brother, I'm going back to my hometown for a couple of days. Can I borrow your car?" And can you drive my tram? No problem. Do you want me to go with you?
Su Yang said, reached into his pocket and handed Yang Xia the car keys.
If you're being polite, you have to say something. No need, brother.
A friend from my hometown also works here, and she wants to borrow my car to go back and take a look.
Oh, that's fine. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Su Yang nodded and didn't continue to be polite.
After all, his wife was going to be away on business for a few days, and if he went out again, it would be difficult to deal with anything that happened at home. As for the company, he didn't have to worry too much. Whether it is the property company or the intermediary company, they are basically on the right track now.
After lunch that afternoon, Su Yang returned to his office. He went straight to the lounge to take a nap.
Now that he has this comfortable lounge, he doesn't want to rest at home anymore. Especially after last night's fun with Lu Shui, he liked this place even more.
The key is that its soundproofing is really quite good. Ding dong. It turns out that it was a WeChat message from Lu Shui. Honey, we're on our way to the airport. Wait for me at home. I know, honey. When I get back, I'll give you a thorough checkup, top to bottom, inside and out. Yes, my husband is so good.
By the way, Yang Xia said that she and her friends will go home together tomorrow, so you won't have this opportunity.
This wife. She just knows how to tease her husband. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he read the message from Lu Shui.
In my husband's eyes, there is no one who can compare to my wife. Not only is she gentle and beautiful, but she is also charming and has a wide range of interests. She is really charming.
If you were to go on a business trip alone, I would never let you go.
These words are all the truth from Su Yang. None of the women he knows have the same charm as Lu Shui.
My husband is getting better and better at talking.
When my wife comes back, I'll definitely reward you, red lips. As the two of them chatted, Lu Shui and her party arrived at the airport, and the passionate conversation was interrupted. Su Yang lay on the big bed in the lounge, feeling a little empty, smelling the lingering fragrance of Lu Shui, and slowly falling asleep.
Chapter 155, such a S-class person is really unwilling to hear her again. Ding dong.
When Su Yang was half asleep, the phone rang.
Damn.
In his dream, he and Lu Shui were about to have an in-depth exchange, but were woken up by the annoying ring of the phone. It was his long-lost brother Lu Qing.
Hello?
Big.
Brother, it's been a while since we last spoke. How have you been? Oh, forget it. I just left by train from Jiangcheng today. I don't want to stay in Jiangcheng anymore.
Lu Qing's voice seemed a bit resentful, and I didn't know what had happened to him that was so unbearable.
Didn't you say you were going to come back and conquer Lowland? Did you not achieve your goal?
Su Yang suddenly remembered what Lu Qing had told him before, saying that he knew Lowland's weakness.
This S-Goods really has this weakness.
I've been with her for a while recently, and she's been obedient every day, and she obediently gave me 1 million.
Damn. That's great, then you two can be together. Hey, what's the point of living together if you can't?
Yesterday I was supposed to be on a business trip, but things changed along the way, and I came back.
When I got back, I found, damn it.
This woman was messing around with other men, and not just one man.
I was so angry.
I was thinking of taking her in, but who knew she would give me a double whammy of cuckoldry in front of my face?
Fuck. Su Yang was shocked to hear this. If she was so obedient, why would she do such a thing? And isn't she pregnant? No, brother, isn't Lowland pregnant?
Yes, she is pregnant, but she doesn't care at all for the sake of money.
What a bitch. Doesn't she know you're a rich man? Why does she need to earn such a small amount of money? Su Yang scratched his head, not understanding what was going on for a moment. Hey. I'm broke. Oh, I see, she really is a total slut.
I was so angry that I beat her up on the spot. Her face was like a pig's head, and then I left. Forget it.
I'm never coming back. Hey.
I had already decided to let bygones be bygones and live a good life with her.
Who knew that this would happen? Ow. What a pain.
It feels like I'm covered in green paint. It's really fucking annoying.
Come on, man, you still got 1 million, right?
Where can't you start over?
Not only did you get laid for free, you also got paid. What kind of relationship is there with someone like that? Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Brother Lu Qing has been in the dating scene for so many years, and now he's actually getting serious? Is it because Lolan might be pregnant with his child? Judging from the situation, it's really hard to say whose it is. Damn. You're so right, brother. I'm still getting a great deal. Ha ha ha. I actually fell into the trap of love for a moment. You can't talk about feelings with this kind of person. As soon as I left home, she started playing around. Even if I marry her, I don't know how she'll play around behind my back in the future. It's not unlikely that there will be cuckolds everywhere. Yes, what you said, brother, just don't contact her anymore, and this matter will be. Phone call with brother Lu Qing. I was busy sleeping the rest of the time. He quickly got up and took the cup from his mother. Mom, you can just call me Yang Yang from now on. Although my mother-in-law had become my mother, she still called me by my given name for a while. Good boy. Mom nodded with a smile and then turned back to her work. Chapter 156, Little Silly Girl, I Miss You. Su Yan looked at the time and felt that it was about time. Lu Shue's wife should be getting up to go out to eat, so he sent her a message. Honey, I slept all afternoon and didn't see your message. Sorry, hugs. I'm full of energy now. Waiting for you to come back, sour. Sure enough. Soon after, Lu Shue sent a message back. I just got up and was about to go out to eat with my colleagues. You stay home and rest, exercise, and take care of the house. I'll reward you when I get back, red lips. Okay, don't worry, honey. I'll definitely exercise more. Su Yang smiled and couldn't help but feel a little lost in thought. For the sake of his beloved wife, it is necessary to exercise and keep fit. After chatting for a while, my parents finished preparing dinner. After dinner, Mom, Dad, and Su Lulu went out for a walk. Su Yang went home and took a shower, then lay down on the big bed. But after lying down for a while, he felt very bored. So he rolled over, got up, changed his clothes and left the house. He got into the electric car that Yang Xia had given him and drove out of the residential area. He drove aimlessly while recalling the bits and pieces of his time with Lu Shue. He wasn't thinking about where to go, he just wanted to drive around. He just drove wherever he wanted. As he drove, before he knew it, he suddenly felt that there was a residential area in front of him, so familiar. Pinyin Community. Oh my God. How did I end up here? Is this the will of heaven? Su Yang didn't hesitate and drove the car straight in. It had been a long time since he had been here, but the neighborhood was still as dilapidated as ever. The original house has been preserved in its original state, with furniture such as tables, chairs, sofas and beds still there, and it has not been rented out. After a short while, Su Yang drove to the building where his old apartment was located. In the small bag he carried with him were all the keys to his home and office. After taking out the key to the old house, he walked directly into the unit door. It's been so long since I left, let's take a look. A large part of his awakened memories are related to this place. And it was also here that the two of them got married and had their daughter, Su Lulu. Click. Inserting the key and turning it, he opened the dilapidated door. The air in the room was a bit stuffy, with a hint of an old smell. Pop. He reached out and turned on the living room light, and then he could see the furnishings in the room clearly. It was still so familiar. The previous scene kept coming back to him. He looked around the living room and then went to the door of the master bedroom and gently pushed it open. The old bed was just a lumpy mattress. Next to the bed was a dilapidated cabinet against the wall. In an instant, he saw in his mind's eye the images of his tormenting Lu Shue. The tears of grievance, the trembling of the strong, the bright red bloodstains. In an instant, Su Yang's heart ached and tears fell. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the phone suddenly pulled Su Yang back to reality. It turned out to be a message from Lu Shue. Dear husband, we're back from dinner. I just got to the hotel room. I'm thinking of you, kiss. Wife. Looking at the message from Lu Shue, Su Yang's tears suddenly became like beads that had broken their strings. The scenes that had tormented her just seemed to have happened yesterday. But she had already put it all behind her, and was being completely affectionate with him, just like when they were in love. Little silly girl, I miss you too, crying. Su Yang turned around and sat on the mattress, then leaned against the headboard.
Today, her daughter is also staying with her grandparents, so he has no worries at all.
What's wrong, honey? Why do I suddenly feel that something is wrong with you? Are you missing your wife too much? Hugs? Yes, honey, I miss you so much. I'm crying.
Su Yang sent a text message to Lu Shui, then took out his phone and took a selfie. Then he sent the photo to Lu Shui.
A moment later. Honey, what are you? Why are you at the old house, in a daze? I don't know. I couldn't sleep at home thinking about you. So I drove out for a drive, and then somehow I ended up here. Then I came in. Then I missed you even more. I'm sorry, honey.
Su Yan wiped away a tear and rubbed his sore nose.
Ding dong. As soon as Su Yang sent a message, Lu Shui initiated a video call. After receiving Su Yang's message, she couldn't help but shed tears. She never imagined that her husband would return to the old house. The video call was connected. Honey, why are you crying?
Su Yang saw that in the video, Lu Shui was also wiping away tears and her eyes were red.
Silly husband, why did you go there again?
It would have been better if you went to the office upstairs in our building.
There is only the joy of the two of us, not a hint of sadness. This is the will of heaven.
Maybe the Lord wants me to come back and take a look around, so that I don't forget how bad I treated my wife and child.
So, here I am. My little silly girl, you are really too good to me.
Su Yang couldn't help but rub his already red eyes again, and his voice became extremely gentle. Now my husband is very, very good to us, just like in my dreams.
When my husband is sad, my wife feels sad too.
After chatting for a while, Lu Shui went to the bathroom with her cell phone and chatted while taking a shower.
After the shower, continued chatting in bed.
After a while, Su Yang suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, and his mind became hazy. Suddenly, he fell asleep.
Husband.
Lu Shui could see through the last frame that her husband was drowsy.
His phone had already slipped off the bed, the camera was facing the ceiling, and the lights were still on in the room. Okay, honey, you go to sleep first. I miss you so much, I'll be back as soon as I can.
Lu Shui said a few more words to herself, then hung up the video call.
I don't know how long it was. Su Yang suddenly entered a strange dream.
He felt as if he had flown high into the sky, enjoying the freedom of flying like a bird. Looking down, he realized that he had flown to his former university campus.
Lu Shui? Among the people coming and going, he saw the skinny little girl at a glance. Chapter 157, that's more like it. Let's go with my sister. Wife.
Su Yan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, and immediately flew down from the sky, arriving in front of Lu Shui in a moment.
Lu Shui.
Su Yang knew very well that it had only been a short time since he had just entered university. At this time, Lu Shui should already have a secret crush on him.
Su Yang? Hello?
Lu Shui in front of him looked as if she had suddenly seen Su Yang, and her face instantly showed a look of surprise. Her little face turned red in an instant.
Hello?
Looking at the slender and beautiful Lu Shui, Su Yang couldn't help but feel an impulse, almost wanting to reach out and hold her in his arms. There were students around, and he was afraid of scaring her, so he suppressed his deep love for her.
Husband, is that you? Are you in my dream? Suddenly,
Lu Shui stretched out her arms to him, and tears suddenly flowed from her beautiful eyes.
Wife. Su Yang was taken aback. In a dream? Did my wife and I both come to this dream? After a moment, the two of them embraced each other in tears of joy. Honey, you are so young and handsome.
Honey, you must remember that I have loved you since the first day of college.
From now on, you belong to me. Come on, my dear husband, let me bully you a little.
Lu Shui said, and her eyes revealed an indescribable expression. She reached out and grabbed Su Yang's neck.
Then she gently pulled
and kissed him directly on the lips.
This little bitch, there are people all around, be careful of the impact, okay?
But in the corner of my eye, it didn't seem like anyone was watching.
It seemed as if they were invisible. Boo!
After a long time, Lu Shui let go of Su Yang's lips with a blushing face. Little darling, you must remember. From now on, you belong to your sister, and you must not have anything to do with Lolin.
Come on, one more time.
Lu Shui said, and grabbed his neck and kissed him again.
After a long time,
Su Yang felt a little dizzy, and only then did Lu Shui let go of him.
did you remember what your sister said? Good baby. I remember. I definitely won't like that slut Lolin anymore.
I'll never like her.
In this life, I only love you.
Su Yan looked at the thin and weak Lu Shui and was very surprised that she had so much strength. The manner and movements were exactly like a wife who had been together for 15 years.
Wow. This is really interesting. Well, that's more like it. Let's go with my sister.
With that, Lu Shui smiled and reached out to grab Su Yang's arm, and suddenly they both flew into the sky.
In a moment,
The two of them arrived at a hotel.
in the blink of an eye, the two of them had already arrived in a room. Wife.
On the big bed in the hotel, 35-year-old Lu Shui was wearing pajamas and lying on the bed. She had an indescribable smile on her face, and a drop of saliva seemed to be dripping from the corner of her mouth. The air conditioner was on in the room, but the little bitch had not covered herself up properly. She turned her head. The little Lu Shui who came with her suddenly disappeared.
My wife is so naughty.
Su Yang muttered to himself, and then reached out to grab the quilt and help Lu Shui cover herself up.
But he missed it.
There was a quilt right in front of him, but he couldn't grab it.
My wife.
In a moment of panic, Su Yang felt as if he had disappeared from the spot. Then, suddenly, he felt his body again.
Ha!
He realized at this moment that he had been dreaming. He had dreamed of Lu Shui from his freshman year. But she, in both her words and actions, she was like his own charming wife. She kissed him in the dream, almost suffocating him.
Ding dong.
Just as Su Yang was recalling his dream, Lu Shui suddenly sent him a WeChat message.
Honey, I just fell asleep and dreamed of you. It was so funny, awkward. What?
Su Yang suddenly felt that the two of them had entered the same dream.
Honey, I dreamt of you too.
On the campus of the university, you hugged me and kissed me, just like a female hooligan.
I almost passed out from the kiss. After a while, Lu Shui's message came back.
Yes, my dear husband, I was very clear in my dream, I knew I was dreaming. After I saw you on the university campus, anyway, I bullied you first, and it felt really good. In Lu Shui's dream, Su Yang was just like he was when he first started college.
He was a handsome young man.
I hugged him and kissed him hard.
It was so refreshing.
I never thought that my husband as a child was so sweet. If only I could have such a dream every day, I could be with my husband when he was a child every day. It would be wonderful to play with my 35-year-old husband when I'm awake and with my 18-year-old husband when I'm asleep.
Honey, did you leave your bottom uncovered when you went to sleep?
The air conditioner was on in the room, you silly girl.
How did you know?
Yes, I only covered my stomach, not anywhere else.
I don't know, anyway, I was carried in my dream by a young and beautiful girl, and then I saw you.
A young and pretty little girl?
Yes, honey, that little girl is Lu Shui, a freshman at the university.
She was the one who kissed me in my dream, like a little hooligan.
But
I felt so good. The skinny little girl was so strong, and her mouth was so sweet, it was really amazing.
Su Yang sent a message and couldn't help laughing.
If I can play with my 35-year-old wife during the day and my 18-year-old wife at night, what a wonderful thing that would be.
Honey, it seems we met in a dream. I'm so happy. Go back to sleep, sweetheart. It's only 2 a.m. now. Remember what I said to you in my dream? Ha ha ha.
I remember, sister, I will only love you in this life.
Lolin is a big slut, not worth it at all. Su Yang sent a message and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. This dream is really interesting. Chapter 158, You called me auntie when you first woke up. After Su Yang sent the message, she put her phone away. This uneven mattress is really a bit uncomfortable to sleep on. And the air in the room seemed a bit stale. So I sat up, turned off the lights and closed the door, and left. This is the end of my visit tonight. Su Yang drove the car, not thinking about going home, but instead drove directly to the real estate agency.
Then he went to the upstairs office and entered the lounge.
Wow! It's still so comfortable here.
There were pajamas in the closet, so he changed into them and then lay down on the big bed. Smelling the faint scent of Lu Shui, Su Yang fell asleep again.
I don't know how long it was. Ding dong dong.
The sound of a ringing phone woke Su Yang again. It turned out that Lu Shui had sent another video call request.
Honey, how did you sleepwalk here again? Ha ha ha.
Lu Shui sat in bed, combing her long hair with her hands, and noticed that the background in the video call on her phone was different.
Yes, honey, I don't know what happened. I woke up here.
Su Yan looked carefully at Lu Shui's delicate face and long, silky hair, and began to make up stories as he smiled.
Hubby, you were running around all night, just thinking about your wife? You used to go out for days at a time and not come back. How come you've changed so much now?
Lu Shui smiled shyly, her eyes betraying a hint of slight anger. She was extremely happy about her husband's change, but she just couldn't figure out why he had changed so much. Not only had his attitude towards her and their daughter changed, but he had also completely cut off his drinking and card-playing friends and the little girls on the side. Even with Lorraine, he has completely changed. You know, honey, when I woke up that day, I felt like I had lost my memory.
Maybe it was because I drank too much.
Then I only remembered things before I graduated from college. It was as if all the memories of the past 10 years had suddenly disappeared. Su Yang had actually thought of a good excuse for his rebirth, and it seemed that amnesia was the most plausible explanation.
And it seems to be more similar to being reborn.
Anyway, I haven't had any memories of the past 10 years for a long time.
Oh.
After hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Shui couldn't help but nod slightly, and a look of realization came into her eyes. In that case, it's easy to explain the strange behavior of my husband at that time.
Puff. Honey, you even called me aunt when you first woke up. Did you really not recognize your wife at that time?
Lu Shui remembered that day. When he woke up after a day and a night of being drunk, it was as if he had changed into a different person.
I did recognize you a little.
I thought you looked a lot like my college classmate Lu Shui, but you were much thinner in college, quite different from now. I was so excited when you called me husband. I never thought that I would wake up to find such a beautiful older sister in the same bed with me. Su Yan laughed and scratched his head. Thinking about it now, it was really quite exciting. But the pitiful look on Lu Shui's face still makes him feel
heartbroken. Does my husband think of me as a college student? Yes, my wife.
I was captivated by her mature and gentle appearance.
Puff. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh shyly. At that time, did you find it exciting?
Of course.
I still get excited when I think about it.
Su Yang stared at the screen on his phone, his eyes shining.
Lu Shui is even more attractive now. Who did your husband think I was?
And he was so gentle with me. As she said this, her face flushed with embarrassment.
I never thought. My husband has lost his memory.
It seems that he still treats her like a stranger. She remembered very clearly.
At that time, my husband was really excited.
Even when he was holding her, he was trembling all over.
You thought you were Lolan's best friend, Lu Shui. I know you like me a lot, and I actually like you a little too, but back then, it was because of Lolan, so forget about her. I saw my wife so much like Lu Shui, and she was even more beautiful and charming, so of course I was instantly captivated. In fact, I was treating you as Lu Shui in my heart. I never thought that my wife was really Lu Shui. Su Yang scratched his head sheepishly and quickly gave an explanation.
Although the explanation was a bit far-fetched, he knew that Lu Shui would definitely not care.
So, is my wife really that beautiful? I feel that you have been treating me so well since that time, and it's only getting better and better.
Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with concern, her eyes full of indescribable love. She didn't care at all whether Su Yang thought of her as someone else. After all, he had lost his memory. And he also said that he thought of her as Lu Shui.
Of course my wife is beautiful. You don't know.
When I saw you, I was so excited that I was in a daze. If I hadn't seen my wife's pitiful look, I really might have executed you on the spot.
Hey.
I'm really grateful for this amnesia, otherwise I would have kept bullying my wife like a scumbag. When he thought of Lu Shui's pitiful appearance, with the new and old scars on her back, Su Yang couldn't help but feel distressed.
It's okay, honey, it's all in the past, and my wife doesn't care anymore.
Lu Shui saw that her husband's eyes were red, so she quickly comforted him. By the way, honey, have you completely recovered your memory? Well. Knock, knock, knock. The two of them were chatting. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from Lu Shue's video, and someone was calling her faintly. Honey, let's talk about this later, okay? I have to get ready for dinner, and then I have to check the accounts. After dinner, we can talk about it again, okay? I can even dance for you. Lu Shue said, and quickly got up to change her clothes. Okay, honey, you go ahead and get busy. We'll chat tonight. Su Yan looked at the time and realized that it was time for him to go home for breakfast. Chapter 159, Encountering a Thin Classmate, Xiaopang. After Su Yang returned home, he first exercised for a while. He did most of the exercises that Lu Shue had arranged for him, such as running, push-ups, sit-ups, etc. This is a daily compulsory course, and must be strengthened. Then he washed up and had dinner. Although he was a bit bored without his wife, he wasn't idle. He plans to go around and check out the new office building's rental status, property conditions, and the management of the community under the property, etc. As the boss, he still has to take a look. He took Yang Xia's electric car and drove out of the community, all the way to the new office building. He planned to go there first. After half an hour or so, he arrived at the new office building and parked his car in the parking lot in front of the building. The property office is located on the ground floor of Building 1, and the leasing office is in a neighboring store. There was a job posting at the entrance to the property office. It was for security guards and cleaners. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to it and walked straight into the property office after taking a quick look. Of the property team, he only knew the property manager. After all, he had participated in her interview before. However, the property manager was not there. Su Yan looked around and then sat down on the bench by the door. He wanted to see the attitude of the staff here and also wait for the property manager. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, so he just treated himself as a casual observer. Tapping, tapping, tapping. After sitting for a while, a man about 35 to 36 years old walked in. At first glance, he seemed familiar. But for a moment, I couldn't think of who it was. Because Su Yang was sitting near the wall, the man didn't notice him. The man walked straight to the payment window and asked politely, "Hello, do you still need any staff? We are hiring. We are looking for 2 cleaners, but we only hire women." "Oh. Are you fully staffed for security positions?" "Yes, the security guard position was filled a long time ago." "Oh, I see. Thank you." The man nodded disappointedly and turned to leave. At this time, Su Yang had already come over, because the more he looked at him, the more he felt that he looked familiar. But he just couldn't remember who he was. Su Yang? When the man turned to leave, he happened to see Su Yang coming over. In an instant, the man stood still. "You are Su Yang, right?" "Yes, I am Su Yang." "And you are?" Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head and frowned, unable to remember. "I'm Zhao Hui. We were in college together." Little fatty. Holy cow. In an instant, Su Yang's mind conjured up the image of a cute little fat guy. A classmate from the dorm next door, nicknamed Little Fat, whose real name was Zhao Hui. Among his classmates, Su Yang and he had a very good relationship. However, after they graduated from college, they lost contact. They haven't seen each other for so many years. 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I never imagined that he would change so much. It's just that. This guy in front of me is thin and dark, and the image in college. The difference is really too big. No wonder I just thought he looked familiar, but I couldn't remember who he was. It's Zhao Hui. How are you doing? Su Yang laughed happily and patted Zhao Hui on the shoulder. It's still quite happy to see an old classmate. But Zhao Hui's face showed an indescribable worry. I'm just muddling through. Zhao Hui scratched his head sheepishly, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Come, Zhao Hui, sit for a while. Su Yang patted him on the shoulder and gestured for him to sit down on the bench by the wall. In college, the two of them had a good relationship, and Zhao Hui was outgoing and kind. His round face was always smiling. Are you looking for a security guard job? Well, I saw that they were offering a pretty good salary for security guards, so I thought I'd take a look. Zhao Hui smiled sheepishly and nodded.
You studied computer science before. Why don't you find a job related to that? Su Yang looked at his old classmate with confusion, not quite understanding.
This buddy used to be very outgoing, but now he seems so melancholy.
It seems like he has a lot on his mind.
And he used to be a little fat boy with fair skin, but now he's become dark and skinny.
What has this buddy been through all these years? Is it even more tragic than his previous experiences?
After I graduated from college, I worked in the IT industry for 4 to 5 years.
Later, my parents' health deteriorated.
I had to quit my job and take care of them full-time.
Well, just recently, both of my parents passed away. So, now I'm looking for a job. I've forgotten everything I learned about computers.
My wife told me that the security guards here are well paid, so I came to see if they were hiring.
Zhao Hui was a little depressed, and reached into his pocket to look for a cigarette.
But after searching through his pockets, he couldn't find any.
Oh, what does your wife do? Su Yang nodded, and couldn't help but feel some sympathy for his old classmate.
After all, the two of them had a good relationship before.
My wife works at a small agency and hasn't been there long.
Oh.
So what are your plans? Just find a job and work at it? Yes, I've forgotten all about computers, so I definitely can't do this. It's good to be able to find a job and earn a little bit of money.
Zhao Hui smiled, slightly embarrassed in his eyes. From Su Yang's clothes, he knew that this classmate should be doing well.
Zhao Hui, I also happen to have a small agency, and I'm looking for a dedicated buyer. Do you want to try?
In the past, Su Yang or Yang Xia would buy large items for the agency, and other employees would buy small items and then be reimbursed. But as the number of properties increases, the number of things that need to be purchased is also increasing. So it is necessary to set up a dedicated procurement staff. And this person has to be trustworthy. When Zhao Hui said he was looking for a job, Su Yang immediately thought of this position.
Really? Of course, you can.
When Su Yang said that he was short of staff, Zhao Hui couldn't help but light up. It doesn't matter where I work, and it's no problem working for an old classmate.
Okay, come with me. I'll show you around right now. If you like it, stay and work for me. Su Yang smiled and patted Zhao Hui on the shoulder, then stood up.
Okay, I'll go with you.
Zhao Hui scratched his head a little bit, and then stood up. It's not difficult to do procurement anyway, so let's see if it works.